Hey there. Tonight, we're entering the world of Greek myth, where beauty could be a blessing or a curse, and the gods watched mortals with curious, dangerous fascination. This is the story of Narcissus, the boy who fell in love with a reflection. A youth so striking that even nymphs wept when he passed, and yet so proud that he could love no one but the face staring back at him. His tale is one of vanity, loneliness, and the quiet tragedy of seeing oneself too clearly. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the calm settle in like water on a still pond. Close your eyes, and let's begin with the tale of Narcissus. If you wander deep enough into the hills of ancient Boeotia, far from the dust of Athens and the hum of the markets, you might come across a pool of water so still it almost seems to be listening. The Greeks imagined such places as sacred, untouched by wind or beast, fringed with reeds, and watched over by unseen eyes. To them, water was not simply water. It was a mirror to the divine, a threshold between this world and the next. In its surface, they said, the gods could speak. And in one such forest, near the village of Thespiae, there lived a boy so beautiful that even the gods might have paused to admire their own handiwork. His name was Narcissus. Now, beauty in ancient Greece was not a trivial matter. It wasn't something to be shrugged at or modestly denied, as one might today. Beauty was dangerous. It could inspire poets and painters, yes, but it could also stir envy in the gods, and that rarely ended well for anyone involved. You see, to the Greek mind, beauty was a kind of divinity in itself, a reflection of cosmic order. To be too beautiful was to draw attention from forces you didn't necessarily want to meet. Narcissus, however, had been born under the full blessing of form and symmetry. His hair was said to gleam like sunlit bronze, his eyes clear as Aegean water, and even the way he walked through the forest seemed to hum with balance. The nymphs watched him, the hunters whispered about him, and the old poets sighed that they'd never seen a youth so finely made. But here's the thing, admiration can be a lonely business. When you are loved by everyone, it becomes difficult to love anyone. Narcissus didn't scorn affection so much as he seemed untouched by it. He was polite enough, yes, though he often looked past people rather than at them, as though they were shadows flickering at the edge of his vision. The poet Ovid, who recorded this tale in his Metamorphoses centuries later, says that Narcissus was hard and proud, despising all who loved him. But perhaps there's another way to look at it. The Greeks often exaggerated for moral purposes, after all. Maybe the boy was simply distant, burdened by a beauty he hadn't chosen. Imagine being told every day that you are flawless, that you embody perfection itself. You might begin to wonder whether anyone truly sees you, or merely the ideal they've built in their heads. Still, among the mortals and the nymphs, admiration for Narcissus grew to almost religious proportions. The nymphs would follow him through the forest, pretending to gather flowers or fetch water, just to glimpse him. Even the dryads, those tree spirits who rarely left their barky homes, leaned out of their trunks to watch him pass. It must have been exhausting, really, but Narcissus was not the only one wandering that forest. Nature in the Greek imagination was alive with personality. Nymphs, satyrs, river gods, and all manner of beings that blurred the line between mortal and divine. It was, in many ways, a crowded landscape. You couldn't so much as dip a toe into a stream without wondering whether you'd just offended a water spirit. In this forest of living myths, the still pool lay like a secret. It was said to be so calm that not even a leaf could fall upon it without pausing first, as if to ask permission. Travellers avoided it, for rumour held that spirits resided within its depths. Not the malevolent sort, but the ones who took great interest in faces and fates. Such places were thought to be mirrors of the soul, and it's here that Narcissus would one day kneel. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before that fateful day, there were omens. The Greeks, ever superstitious, believed that fate rarely arrived unannounced. And sure enough, when Narcissus was born, his mother, a nymph named Liriope, sought out the counsel of the famed seer Tiresias. Tiresias was a curious man, blessed and cursed by the gods with second sight. He could see what was to come, though it rarely did anyone much good. When Liriope asked whether her child would live a long life, the old seer replied cryptically, "He shall live long if he never comes to know himself." Now, that may sound like a philosophical riddle, and, in truth, it was. The Greeks loved that sort of thing, but the warning went largely unheeded. After all, what could possibly be dangerous about knowing oneself? Well, quite a lot, as it turns out. You see, in Greek thought, the concept of knowing oneself wasn't as innocent as it sounds. The phrase gnothi sioton, know thyself, was carved into the very stones of the temple of Apollo at Delphi. It was meant as both instruction and warning. To know oneself was to recognize one's mortal limits, to understand that one was not a god. For the Greeks, ignorance of that boundary, the confusion of mortal and divine, was the essence of hubris, the kind of pride that brought down kings and heroes alike. But Narcissus had no interest in temples or warnings. He preferred the solitude of the woods, the company of echoing birds and rustling leaves. The forest, to him, was honest. It made no demands. If you picture him walking there, bough in hand, tunic tied at the waist, sunlight dappling his hair, you might almost feel the peace of it. The Greeks imagined such scenes often. Young hunters amid sacred groves, unaware that the world around them was quietly alive with unseen eyes. It's worth remembering that the Greeks didn't separate nature from the divine. Every glade, every stream, every rock had its presiding spirit. The forest was not a backdrop. It was a living stage. And in that world, a boy like Narcissus was more than a mortal youth. He was a walking invitation to myth. At times, perhaps, he paused to drink from a stream, watching the ripples spread and vanish. Perhaps, for a fleeting second, he caught his own reflection and wondered who that stranger was. But then the water moved and the thought passed. There's something deeply human in that, isn't there? To see ourselves only in fragments, never quite still enough to understand what we're looking at. But in myth, small moments have long shadows. The pool was waiting, and the forest, ever the patient storyteller, was already holding its breath. Later, poets and philosophers would turn Narcissus into an emblem of vanity. But here, in this quiet beginning, there's no arrogance yet. Only a boy, the woods, and a destiny shaped by reflection. both literal and spiritual. And perhaps, if you listen closely, you can still hear the forest as the Greeks imagined it, whispering with unseen voices, alive with mythic presence, a world where beauty is both blessing and burden, and where even still water has a will of its own. Somewhere ahead, a faint echo calls, not of sound, but of fate. And the pool lies waiting in perfect silence, its surface as smooth as glass. The story, like the reflection, is about to ripple. Before Narcissus ever gazed into that fatal pool, another figure was wandering those same hills, lighter of step, quicker of tongue, and destined, rather unfairly, to love him. Her name was Echo, and she was one of the Oreads, the nymphs of the mountains. The Greeks had a nymph for nearly everything: rivers, trees, clouds, even breezes. They were the divine bureaucracy of nature, each one a minor official in charge of keeping a particular bit of the world alive and beautiful. Echo, though, was something of a celebrity among them. She was lively, endlessly talkative, and had a voice so musical that even the birds paused to listen. She could tell stories for hours, though admittedly, this was not always appreciated by everyone. Even in mythology, not everyone enjoys a chatterbox. Her particular trouble began, as so many Greek troubles do, with Zeus. The king of the gods had a notoriously wandering eye and an even more flexible moral compass. He often descended from Olympus to visit the nymphs, a word that, in mythic language, almost always spelled disaster. Echo, being friendly and clever, found herself in the middle of one of his escapades. You see, Hera, Zeus's wife, was the goddess of marriage, which made her position rather unenviable considering her husband's hobbies. She was fiercely protective, suspicious, and had an investigative instinct that would put any modern detective to shame. Whenever Zeus vanished from Olympus for a walk, Hera would appear soon after, determined to catch him in the act. That's where Echo came in. Whenever Hera came searching through the glades and meadows, Echo would rush to intercept her. She would chatter away endlessly, spinning tales, asking questions, complimenting the goddess's gown. Anything to keep her talking. Meanwhile, Zeus and the other nymphs slipped quietly out the back, so to speak. Now, Hera was no fool. After several incidents of this mysterious distraction routine, she began to notice a pattern. And when Hera noticed patterns, punishment usually followed. When at last she caught on to Echo's trick, her eyes, which ancient poets loved to describe as cow-like, though not necessarily in the flattering sense, blazed with divine fury. "You," she said, "have deceived me with your tongue, so let your tongue be your punishment. From this day on, you shall have no voice of your own. You will only repeat the last words spoken to you, and that, according to myth, is how Echo lost her speech. It's a cruel fate for someone born of sound. Imagine having so much to say and no way to say it." The Greeks, ever poetic, saw this as both punishment and transformation, a way to explain the eerie phenomenon of echoes in their mountainous landscape. From that day forward, Echo could no longer tell her own stories. She could only mimic others, her once flowing words reduced to fragments of borrowed sound. It's a sad kind of existence, really. Not silence, but half-silence. The curse of being present but unheard. Now, the myth might have left her there, another tragic victim of divine pettiness. But Echo's story was far from finished. Because one day, while wandering the same forests of Boeotia, she saw him. Narcissus. He was hunting, bow in hand, perhaps following a deer through the undergrowth. Sunlight caught the edge of his hair. He moved with that same calm assurance of someone utterly unaware of being watched, or perhaps too accustomed to it to care. Echo, poor Echo, was smitten instantly. The Greeks had a word for this kind of love. Eros, the consuming, fiery sort that doesn't ask permission. But she couldn't speak to him. She could only follow, hiding behind trees, stepping softly among the ferns, hoping, rather hopelessly, that he might turn and notice her. When at last Narcissus heard her footsteps, he called out, "Is anyone here?" Echo's heart leapt. At last, words she could use. She repeated joyfully, "Here." He frowned. "Come to me." And Echo, blushing behind a tree, echoed, "Come to me." It might have been romantic, if not for the tone of the exchange. Narcissus, expecting a companion, turned the corner, and found her there, arms open, eyes shining, ready to embrace him. But Narcissus stepped back. "Away from me," he said coldly. "I would rather die than let you touch me." Echo's mouth formed the same words, against her will. "Touch me." And just like that, the little glimmer of hope collapsed into heartbreak. In that moment, Echo's tragedy deepened. She fled into the woods, humiliated and despairing, her voice fading with her. The poet said she hid among the rocks, pining for a boy who would never love her back, until all that was left of her was her voice, thin, hollow, and immortal. The Greeks, of course, were fond of turning sorrow into natural phenomena. The myth wasn't just a story, it was an explanation. When they heard their own words bounce back from the cliffs, they believed it was Echo, still lingering, still answering, long after her body was gone. There's a faint poetry in that idea, that the landscape remembers us. From a modern perspective, it's tempting to pity Echo for being trapped in someone else's words. But the myth also speaks, rather elegantly, about the human condition. To repeat what others say. To echo the world rather than shape it. To long for someone who cannot hear you properly. It's ancient, yes, but also timeless. And there's another layer here. In Greek thought, sound and language were divine gifts. Hermes, the trickster god, was believed to have invented speech and music. Words were not mere noise. They were bridges between mortals and gods. To lose one's voice was, therefore, to lose a portion of one's divinity, a fall from participation in the cosmic order. So Echo's silence wasn't just emotional, it was metaphysical. She became part of the landscape rather than a speaker within it. The Greeks were very good at that kind of transformation, turning emotion into matter, tragedy into geography. Their world was alive with feeling, cliffs that mourned, rivers that remembered, winds that whispered. And somewhere in that forest, Narcissus carried on, untroubled by the echoing sorrow behind him. It's difficult to blame him entirely. To him, she must have seemed a strange creature, repeating his own voice back at him. Narcissus didn't yet understand that what he rejected was not vanity's reflection, but empathy's. Later philosophers, such as the Stoics, would look at this myth and see a kind of cosmic balance. Echo loved too deeply, without self-awareness. Narcissus, too little, without other awareness. Between them, they illustrate a perfect imbalance, one consumed by the other, one consumed by himself. And if you stand today among the stony hills of Boeotia, where sound travels strangely and words return in pieces, You might still hear her faintly, that last fragment of conversation caught between love and loss. The Greeks never doubted it. To them, every whisper of wind was a reminder that stories never truly end. They merely echo. In that sense, Echo's fate is not entirely tragic. She became what all storytellers dream of becoming, immortal in sound, eternal in retelling. Every repetition, every echo that bounces through time is a fragment of her voice. And so the forest waited. Echo's voice lingered in its shadows, calling, answering, fading. Narcissus walked on, still unknowing, still untouched. But prophecy has a way of finding its subject. Soon, he too would hear a voice that sounded familiar, though it would come not from the cliffs, but from the surface of still water. And when he did, he would answer. Every Greek tragedy, if you look closely enough, begins not with action, but with a sentence. A single line of prophecy, usually muttered by some unfortunate old seer who's already seen this sort of thing play out 100 times before. Tiresias, the man in question for this story, was exactly that sort of figure. Perpetually tired, perpetually correct, and perpetually ignored. He had a difficult career. Imagine having the gift of second sight in a world that rarely wants to hear the truth. When people came to Tiresias, they didn't really want prophecy. They wanted reassurance. And Tiresias, bless him, was not in the reassurance business. When the nymph Liriope brought her infant son to him, hoping to learn what the future held, she must have expected a pleasant fortune. Perhaps that the boy would grow into a hero, or a king, or at least someone whose story didn't end in tragedy. Tiresias, however, merely frowned, leaned on his staff and said, "He shall live long, if he never comes to know himself." It's the sort of answer that makes you wish for a refund. What could that even mean? Liriope thanked him politely and left, probably thinking she'd wasted her time. But Tiresias knew exactly what he was saying. He always did. The Greeks, after all, were obsessed with prophecy, not because they liked the idea of fate, but because they feared it. They believed that destiny wasn't a chain that bound you, but a thread that you might still twist, if you were clever enough. The problem, of course, is that no one ever was. Try to avoid your fate, and you'll walk straight into it. The gods have an exquisite sense of irony. Consider Oedipus, another of Tiresias's clients. He too tried to escape his destiny, only to fulfill it spectacularly. It's rather a pattern in Greek storytelling, and it says something about how the ancients saw the universe. Not cruel, exactly, but highly theatrical. Now let's pause a moment to talk about this idea of knowing oneself. It sounds so harmless, doesn't it? In our modern age, it's practically a virtue. Self-reflection, introspection, journaling, all very fashionable. But in ancient Greece, to know oneself meant something far more perilous. Carved into the stone entrance of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, the holiest site in Greece, were 3 famous maxims. The first was nothing in excess. The second, surety brings ruin. And the third, perhaps the most famous of all, know thyself. It wasn't meant as encouragement, it was a warning. To the Greeks, self-knowledge was not about enlightenment or personal growth. It was about understanding one's limits, knowing where the human ended and the divine began. For mortals, to know oneself too deeply risked trespassing into divine territory, mistaking one's reflection for something more than human. And so, Tiresias's prophecy wasn't about vanity at all. It was about boundaries, that fragile line between awareness and obsession. Narcissus, meanwhile, grew older. He became a young man whose beauty had somehow managed to become more striking and, paradoxically, more isolating. The nymphs still trailed after him, their laughter echoing through the groves. Mortals admired him too, though none dared approach for long. There was something cool, remote and untouchable about him, like a statue come to life, or a god pretending to be mortal. It's easy, centuries later, to see him as proud, but perhaps he was simply weary. There's a quiet burden in being adored for something you didn't earn. When everyone sees only your face, your form, your perfection, it becomes difficult to be seen at all. Even so, the poets were not kind to him. They wrote that he mocked those who loved him, that he laughed at their confessions and turned his back on their tears. Ovid says that one rejected lover even prayed for vengeance, calling upon the gods to make Narcissus suffer as he had made others suffer to fall in love and never possess what he desired. The goddess Nemesis, who oversaw divine retribution, heard that prayer, and Nemesis, unlike Zeus, never ignored a summons. Now, the Greeks didn't think of Nemesis as cruel. She was justice made natural, balance in motion. Every action called forth its echo, every excess its correction. If someone rose too high, she pulled them back to earth. If someone boasted too loudly, she silenced them. You might call her the patron saint of poetic irony. So, while Narcissus wandered through the woods, untroubled by love or consequence, Nemesis began her quiet work. No thunderbolts, no curses shouted from Olympus, just a subtle turning of events, a rearrangement of coincidence, the kind of invisible hand that ensures you eventually meet yourself, quite literally. And perhaps that's the true lesson of these myths, that the gods rarely punish out of rage, but out of rhythm. To the Greeks, the universe was like a lyre, each string representing an element of the world. When one string went out of tune, the gods would pluck it back into harmony, however painfully. If you think about it, Narcissus was simply a note played too loud. There's a wider cultural backdrop here too. Ancient Greece was obsessed with the concept of balance. Sophrosin, they called it. Moderation in all things. A person who lacked it, whether in pride, passion or power, risked offending the gods. Even heroes like Achilles and Odysseus were constantly reminded that glory came with a price. So when the story of Narcissus circulated in the late classical period, it wasn't just gossip about a handsome youth. It was a parable, a mirror for an age wrestling with its own excesses. Cities like Athens were at their height, sculpting marble gods in human form, and philosophers were proclaiming that man was the measure of all things. Narcissus fit right into that anxiety, the fear that by loving our own reflection too much, we might lose sight of the divine order beyond it. The Romans, who inherited the myth through poets like Ovid, took it a step further. They saw in Narcissus a reflection, no pun intended, of empire itself. Beautiful, powerful, admired, yet destined to collapse inward through vanity. A quiet warning wrapped in pastoral imagery. But back to our forest. By now, Echo's voice still haunted the trees, repeating stray fragments of sound. Narcissus still roamed, unaware that the gods had taken an interest. And somewhere, Nemesis had begun to shape his fate. Not through lightning or plague, but through stillness. It would be a A simple, ordinary pool in a quiet clearing. The kind of place you might pass by without a second glance. Yet that's how fate works best. Unnoticed until it's too late. And when the day came, Narcissus would stoop to drink, a perfectly natural act, and the prophecy would begin to unfold. But even before that, perhaps he had an inkling. The Greeks believed that fate sometimes announced itself in dreams. Maybe Narcissus dreamt of water, of faces he could not reach. Maybe he woke with the strange feeling that something unseen was watching him, though it was only his own shadow. Or perhaps he felt nothing at all. That's the more unsettling version. A quiet drift toward destiny. Unresisted, unremarked, inevitable. And so the stage was set. The prophecy, once spoken, had waited patiently for years, rippling beneath the surface of his life. Tiresias, by now, was probably sitting somewhere in Thebes, sighing into his cup of wine, muttering that no one ever listens. And far away, the pool in the forest remained perfectly still, a mirror waiting for a face. To understand Narcissus, and why his downfall seemed almost inevitable, one must first understand how seriously the ancient Greeks took beauty. It wasn't simply a matter of aesthetics. It was a philosophy, a religion, and, occasionally, a national pastime. They even had a word for it, kalokagathia, a combination of kalos, meaning beautiful, and agathos, meaning good. To the Greek mind, beauty and virtue were intertwined. A well-shaped body suggested a well-shaped soul. If you looked noble, you probably were noble. If you were ugly, well, the poets tended to skip over you. Now, this wasn't vanity as we think of it. It wasn't about fashion or self-obsession. It was cosmic. The Greeks believed the universe itself was built on proportion, harmony, and symmetry, from the orbits of the planets down to the curve of a shoulder. To them, beauty was evidence that the world made sense. Philosophers from Pythagoras to Plato treated it as a mathematical truth. Pythagoras, that triangle enthusiast, thought the secret of beauty lay in perfect numerical ratios, the same ones that governed music and architecture. Plato, meanwhile, claimed that earthly beauty was just a shadow of divine beauty, that when you saw a lovely face, you were really catching a glimpse of the eternal form of beauty itself. So, when someone like Narcissus appeared, a mortal who seemed to embody that perfect symmetry, it was almost alarming. Here was living geometry, walking about the countryside. He wasn't just handsome, he was philosophically dangerous. Greek artists, of course, adored such figures. In the 5th century BCE, sculptors like Polykleitos sought to capture the ideal human form. His statue, known as the Doriphoros, the spear-bearer, became a kind of blueprint for male perfection. Balanced, poised, symmetrical, calm. The muscles were not exaggerated, the expression not boastful. It was beauty restrained by reason, the moral ideal carved in marble. That's what made Greek art distinct from what came before. Egyptian statues were stiff and eternal. Mesopotamian kings looked perpetually alarmed. But the Greeks found a way to make stone breathe. They discovered contrapposto, that slight shift of weight that made a figure look alive. It's the pose you see everywhere from the Parthenon to modern fashion photography. And behind all of it was the belief that beauty wasn't just pleasant, it was powerful. It could civilize, inspire, even elevate the soul toward the divine. Yet as every myth quietly reminded them, it could also destroy. Think of Helen of Troy, whose face launched 1,000 ships. Her beauty set off the most famous war in Greek myth, reducing cities to ash. Or think of Aphrodite, the goddess of love herself, whose mere presence caused feuds, rivalries, and heartbreaks on a cosmic scale. To the Greeks, beauty was fire, divine when controlled, deadly when not. And Narcissus, born of water and sunlight, was carrying that same flame without realizing it. As he grew older, his beauty took on a kind of mythic reputation. Poets claimed even statues blushed in his presence. Shepherds offered garlands to him as though he were a god. The nymphs trailed behind him like worshippers at a festival. It was a peculiar sort of fame, one that brought no joy. It's worth remembering that the ancient Greeks did not separate fame from danger. The word kleos, glory, was something you earned through heroic deeds, but it also tethered you to memory, to the gaze of others. Once your name was spoken by poets, you ceased to belong to yourself. You became part of the story, a living sculpture in the gallery of myth. Narcissus, by that logic, was doomed from the moment he became admired. His beauty placed him in orbit with the gods, and in Greek stories that's rarely a safe neighbourhood. The higher you rise, the greater the fall, and the gods were particularly strict landlords when it came to mortals who trespassed on their property. One might imagine Apollo, patron of music, poetry, and well-combed hair, watching from Olympus with a raised eyebrow. Here was a mortal who resembled his own golden perfection just a bit too closely. Jealousy among the gods was as natural as thunder in the mountains. Meanwhile, Narcissus continued to wander the hills and streams, hunting deer and boar, living almost untouched by time. There's something ghost-like about him in the old accounts. Always moving, never aging, never belonging to any place or person. A figure both admired and absent. It's tempting to see him as vain, but the myth suggests something more complicated: detachment. He lived at a distance from the world, admired yet unengaged. Perhaps he feared what his beauty caused in others. Or perhaps he had begun to sense that it wasn't really his beauty at all, but something borrowed from the divine. There's a peculiar irony in that. In trying to preserve himself from love, from attachment, from entanglement, Narcissus was already halfway to falling in love with the only thing he couldn't escape: himself. You can almost imagine him walking along a stream, the water glinting, his reflection flickering at the edge of sight. He looks down, sees a shape moving with him, and for a moment wonders if it's someone else. A twin, perhaps, or a spirit in the water. Then he blinks, and it's gone. The Greeks, being rather poetic people, saw reflections as mystical. They believed the soul could be caught or glimpsed in a mirror, or in the calm of still water. The word psyche meant both soul and breath. To see one's reflection too clearly was to risk seeing the soul directly, and that, in mythic terms, was perilous. So perhaps Tiresias's prophecy, "He shall live long if he never comes to know himself," wasn't just clever wordplay. It was literal. To meet one's own reflection in the ancient world was to meet one's double, a fragile ghost made of light and thought. There's even evidence the Greeks avoided mirrors in certain rituals for this reason. The dead, they thought, could sometimes appear in them. Water, too, was a liminal space, a passage between realms. Narcissus's fateful pool, then, was not just a mirror, it was a doorway. In a broader sense, this is what made myths like his so enduring. They blurred philosophy, psychology, and theology long before those words existed. Narcissus's story wasn't simply about self-love. It was about perception, about how easily beauty can become a trap when one mistakes reflection for reality. You might say the Greeks were centuries ahead of us in understanding the dangers of too much staring at one's own image. Though, to be fair, they didn't have social media. And yet the principle is timeless. Whether it's a marble statue, a polished bronze shield, or a glowing rectangle in your hand, the act is the same. Gazing into the mirror of the self, wondering what looks back. But for now, in our story, the tragedy remains potential. Narcissus still walks the forest, untouchable, unknowing. The nymphs still sigh. Echo's faint voice still lingers in the cliffs, repeating words no one remembers. And somewhere nearby, hidden beneath branches and birdsong, lies that silent pool, waiting. Its surface is calm, patient, and ancient. The world of proportion and symmetry has built its masterpiece, and now the gods will watch to see whether balance can survive the weight of its own perfection. Spoiler, it cannot. There comes a moment in every Greek myth when the air itself seems to hold its breath. You can feel it before it happens. That faint stillness before the turning of fate. In the case of Narcissus, it arrived one quiet afternoon, in a clearing not far from the river Cephissus. The day, we're told, was warm, the kind of late spring warmth that drifts through the forest like a sigh. Sunlight spilled through the trees in thin golden stripes, and somewhere nearby, water trickled softly over stone. The forest nymphs, always attuned to such moods, watched from the shadows. They knew the prophecy, or at least its shape. Even Echo's faint voice seemed to murmur warningly among the cliffs. But Narcissus, as usual, was unaware. He'd been hunting all morning, and the heat had left him weary. When he stumbled into that glade, he found, as if by accident, a small pool of water, clear as polished glass. It was the sort of pool that seemed untouched by time. Not a leaf floated on it. The air above it was cool, shaded, fragrant with pine and damp moss. He knelt, and there it was. A face. Not his face, not at first anyway. It was a presence, a living image, hovering just beneath the surface. Eyes that mirrored his own, soft and uncertain. Lips that seemed to move when his did. A beauty he'd never seen, and yet somehow recognized. He leaned closer, and the figure leaned too. The water rippled, and the illusion shivered, gone for a heartbeat, then whole again. In that moment, Narcissus fell in love. It's a strange kind of love, really. Quick, absolute, unstoppable. The Greeks called it eros, and they considered it both divine and dangerous. It wasn't the polite affection of dinner conversations and long walks by the sea. It was a lightning strike from the gods. A force that seized you, stripped you of reason, and turned you into someone you barely recognized. Of course, to modern ears, it sounds absurd. Falling for your own reflection. But remember, the ancients didn't see reflection the way we do. To them, water wasn't just a mirror. It was a boundary between worlds. What looked like your reflection might, in fact, be your soul, or someone else's. In ancient folklore, there are endless stories of spirits dwelling beneath still water. Rivers had gods. Springs had guardians. Even lakes were thought to contain portals to the underworld. So when Narcissus looked into that pool and saw a figure looking back, he might well have thought it divine. Perhaps that's what he believed, that he had stumbled upon a spirit, a nymph, a vision sent by the gods, something holy. He reached toward the surface, slowly, reverently. The water trembled under his fingers. The face broke apart into silver shards, scattering into nothing. Startled, he drew back, and the image returned, whole again, waiting. And so began the dance, that doomed, silent exchange of gesture and imitation. He smiled, the figure smiled back. He spoke softly. His words came back as a ripple, lost. He waited for the other to emerge, to rise from the depths, but of course it never did. There's something deeply human about that moment, isn't there? To see a reflection of love, to sense it returned, and to realise it's only ever your own longing echoing back. But Narcissus didn't yet understand. He stayed there, transfixed, hour after hour, the forest moving full shades of light around him. Birds came and went. The shadows lengthened. The pool darkened slightly, but he never rose. The figure in the water was all he could see. It's easy to imagine the scene, and, indeed, ancient artists did over and over again. On Roman frescoes in mosaic floors, even on delicate cups used at banquets. Narcissus, leaning over the pool, half in shadow, gazing into himself. The compositions always share a peculiar stillness, as if time itself were pausing out of pity. Ovid, the Roman poet who gave us the most famous account, described Narcissus speaking to his reflection, though in truth he was speaking to himself. "Why do you flee me?" he asks. "Where do you go when I reach for you? Surely we belong together." And then a moment of dreadful realization. It is I. I am the one I desire. That's the turning point. The instant when the myth ceases to be about beauty and becomes about recognition. The prophecy's meaning reveals itself. He has come to know himself, and the knowing is fatal. In Greek thought, this wasn't just poetic justice, it was cosmic balance. Self-awareness carried weight. To perceive the divine within oneself was to trespass upon the god's domain. In a sense, Narcissus wasn't punished for vanity, but for revelation. The philosophers of later centuries loved this story precisely because it was so ambiguous. The Stoics saw it as a warning against indulgence, that one must not be enslaved by emotion. The Platonists saw it as an allegory of the soul descending into matter, enchanted by its own reflection in the physical world. Even the early Christians borrowed the imagery, turning it into a moral lesson about the perils of pride. But the story itself remains eerily intimate. Narcissus doesn't scream, doesn't rage. He simply stays. The water becomes his world, that thin, shimmering border between reality and illusion. He drinks from it, eats nothing, and watches. Days pass. The forest grows quiet. The nymphs, seeing him motionless, weep. Even Echo, her voice thin and distant, whispers fragments of his words back to him, as though trying to comfort him from the cliffs. "Beloved," she calls, "beloved." But Narcissus does not hear. He leans closer, lips barely touching the water. For an instant, it seems the reflection might return the kiss, and then the surface trembles, and the image dissolves. The illusion is perfect and endless. Every touch breaks it, every break restores it. It's a love without consummation, without rest. And still, he stays. The Greeks were masters of this kind of tragedy, not loud, but inevitable. They believed that destruction didn't always require violence. Sometimes it came from stillness. The hero who cannot move, cannot look away, cannot change course. That was the purest form of doom. In this stillness, Narcissus begins to fade. His strength wanes, his colour drains. His reflection remains vivid, eternal. He whispers softly to it, Perhaps a prayer, perhaps an apology. Ovid says his final words were, "Farewell, beloved," and from the pool, Echo returned his voice, "Beloved." The forest fell silent. Later, when the nymphs came searching, they found no body, only a flower where he had lain, pale white petals with a golden heart, bowing gently over the water, the Narcissus. It was said that the gods had taken pity, transforming him into something that could forever gaze downward, still beautiful, still reflective, but harmless. In truth, the flower itself was already known to the Greeks. It bloomed in early spring, delicate and faintly fragrant, often near rivers and graves. To them, it symbolized both life and death, beauty and decay. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, was said to have been lured to her fate by picking a Narcissus. Even then, the flower carried that strange duality, beauty as temptation. So when poets linked the flower to Narcissus, it wasn't arbitrary, it completed the circle. The boy who could not look away from himself became the flower that always does. If you stand beside a still pool today, you might see one leaning toward its reflection, a quiet, drooping figure, forever caught between admiration and sorrow. And in the ripples of that reflection, faint and fleeting, you might still imagine the echo of his voice, whispering across time. The boy who fell in love with a reflection, still gazing, still waiting for it to love him back. It began, as so many great tragedies do, not with thunder or divine wrath, but with silence. For days, perhaps weeks, Narcissus lingered by the pool. Time had no meaning there. The forest moved around him. Birds came and went, shadows lengthened, morning became evening, and evening slid back into dawn. But for Narcissus, every moment was the same. A face in the water, a heart that beat only when the ripples stilled. At first, he was certain a reflection belonged to someone else, a spirit trapped beneath the surface, or a nymph playing a delicate game. He called out, softly at first, "Come forth, my love." Do not hide, but the figure never did. It only mirrored him, exactly, endlessly. Every tilt of his head, every movement of his hand, came back to him as imitation. It was maddening and mesmerizing all at once. Slowly the truth began to creep in, a quiet, creeping horror, that perhaps there was no one else there at all. The face he adored, the eyes that seemed to adore him, belonged to no other being. The object of his love was himself, and that realization, gentle as it seems, was fatal. The Greeks, who were experts at mapping the territory of the soul, understood that such awareness could be destructive. To know oneself too deeply was to lose the boundary between observer and observed, to collapse inward like a star. What began as admiration turned into obsession, and what began as love became paralysis. In that way, Narcissus's fate mirrored a larger truth about Greek thought, that beauty and destruction often came wrapped in the same ribbon. They had a word for it, kalos thanatos, beautiful death. Heroes died at their peak, their youth preserved forever in story and sculpture. Narcissus, too, would die young, his beauty unspoiled. His tragedy was aesthetic as much as moral. If you picture him there, his knees pressed into the moss, his fingertips brushing the water's edge, you might notice how the line between his body and the reflection begins to blur. His skin takes on the faint glow of the water's light. The pool no longer reflects him, it absorbs him. He becomes part of it. Poets of the later Hellenistic period loved this imagery. They said that Narcissus wasn't punished by the gods. he simply dissolved. The water, being his mirror, took him home. But before that final transformation, there was a strange serenity in his suffering. He stopped calling out. He stopped moving altogether. The struggle gave way to stillness, the acceptance that he could neither possess nor escape what he loved. There's a kind of quiet philosophical humour in that. The Greeks would have appreciated it. They loved irony, not the modern, smirking sort, but the cosmic kind, where life folds neatly back upon itself. The boy who refused love is undone by his own reflection. The one who turned away from others finds himself unable to look away from himself. Meanwhile, the world around him went on as if nothing had happened. The nymphs still sang in distant glades. The breeze still stirred the pine trees. And yet, within that tiny clearing, the rules of existence seemed suspended. Ovid, ever the dramatist, describes the moment when Narcissus's body began to fade. His colour drained like the light at dusk. His form thinned until it seemed half made of air. The loveliness that once was Narcissus remained in him no longer, he writes, and even in death, the beauty that destroyed him lived on. But the Greeks weren't content with mere symbolism. They liked their transformations literal. To them, the world was full of metamorphoses. People becoming trees, rivers, birds, stars. Change was the natural conclusion of feeling too deeply. When a soul overflowed, it spilled into the landscape. In that way, Narcissus's fate was less punishment and more continuity. His obsession didn't kill him, it simply redefined him. The water became his mirror forever, the flower his memory, the myth his echo. If you strip away the poetry, what remains is profoundly human. The story of someone realizing too late that the thing they chase cannot love them back, that all their longing was a closed circle, that they've mistaken the shimmer of the surface for depth. We do that often, don't we? With people, with dreams, with the idea of ourselves. We chase images of perfection, of meaning, and when we reach them, they ripple and vanish. Narcissus's pool, in that sense, is a metaphor for every human pursuit of the ideal. The philosophers of later centuries saw him as a cautionary tale, but not only about vanity. They saw him as a symbol of perception itself. Plato might have said that Narcissus mistook the shadow for the form, the reflection for reality. The Stoics might have seen in him the loss of apatheia, emotional balance replaced by the tyranny of desire. Even the early Christian writers, though they frowned on pagan myth, found in him an allegory of sin. The soul so enamoured of its own image that it forgets its maker. But beyond all that moralising, there's something simpler and more tender about the myth. It isn't angry or accusatory, it's melancholic. The kind of sadness that hums rather than shouts. The universe, it seems to say, doesn't punish us for being human. It merely lets us be. And perhaps that's the cruelest kindness of all. The nymphs, watching from afar, eventually realised what had happened. They called out to him, but received no answer. Only the faint, rhythmic echo of his final words returned. Farewell. Echo, of course, repeated it faithfully. Well, well, until even that sound was swallowed by the forest. When they came upon the pool later, they found the water perfectly still. Narcissus's body was gone, but there, on the bank, grew a delicate flower, pale and slender, bending over its own reflection. The nymphs named it in his memory, Narcissus, and the earth, perhaps mercifully, gave his story roots. It's easy to romanticize it now, to imagine him as some tragic statue of youth and yearning. But to the ancients, his fate was less about punishment and more about pattern. Every imbalance must find its echo. Every reflection must return to the source. And somewhere in that stillness, there is a kind of peace. Narcissus's longing becomes the water's calm. His image becomes the flower's bow. The story resolves itself the way all Greek myths eventually do, not with a moral, but with transformation. The forest closes around the clearing once more. The ripples fade, and the world continues, as it always does, both forgetful and remembering. If you stand there today, or at least if you imagine it, you might still hear the faint lapping of water, the whisper of leaves, the echo of Echo's voice repeating what no one has said for centuries. A reflection glimmers and fades. A flower bends. The air holds its breath. And for a moment even time seems to pause, gazing as he once did into the stillness of itself. The forest was quiet now, the kind of silence that seems alive. The birds had gone still. The wind had withdrawn into the trees. Even the light had softened, as though the world were holding its breath. Only the pool remained, that flawless sheet of water that had once reflected life, and now reflected only loss. And there, at its edge, Narcissus lay, motionless, pale, and utterly still. He had not been struck by lightning or cursed by a wrathful god. His end had arrived as gently as a sigh. No spectacle, no punishment, just exhaustion. The slow unravelling of a life consumed by longing. In its way, it was a beautiful death. The Greeks, who were experts in finding beauty even in tragedy, would have approved. They believed that how one died mattered just as much as how one lived. To them, death was not an end, but a transformation, a rebalancing of the great cosmic equation. The poet Ovid, writing centuries later, describes the scene with the kind of tender melancholy that only Romans seemed capable of. Narcissus's head drooping toward the water, his body fading until only the reflection remained. He was no longer flesh or form, but an image, half human, half light. It's tempting to imagine that the forest understood what had happened. The nymphs who once laughed and whispered behind the trees now crept quietly toward the clearing. They had loved him, or at least admired him, even as he ignored them. And now they found themselves mourning someone who had never truly belonged to them, a figure of beauty who had existed only for himself. They called out softly, "Narcissus!" And the forest, which has a cruel sense of irony, gave the name back to them. "Narcissus! Sus! Sus!" But there was no answer, only the sound of water gently folding against itself. When they reached the pool, they found no body. The spot where he had knelt was empty. No footprints, no trace of struggle, nothing to mark that he had ever been there. In his place, growing from the damp soil, was a single flower. It was small and white, with a golden heart at its centre, and it bowed ever so slightly toward the water, as if still gazing at its reflection. The nymphs recognized the gesture immediately. They named it for the boy who had perished there, Narcissus. The word itself is ancient, drawn from narke, meaning numbness, sleep, or forgetfulness. It's the same root that gives us narcotic. And truly, there is something dreamlike about the whole story. Narcissus doesn't die violently, he drifts. He passes from the waking world into the soft oblivion of myth, like a figure falling gently into sleep. To the Greeks, flowers were not mere plants. They were symbols, continuations of human stories. When someone died in beauty or sorrow, nature absorbed the emotion and gave it shape. The hyacinth sprang from the blood of Hyacinthus, struck down by Apollo's discus. The anemone bloomed from Adonis's wounds. Even the laurel tree was once a nymph who fled Apollo's embrace. Each flower was a memory, a fragment of human feeling preserved in petals. And so it was with Narcissus. His beauty didn't vanish, it simply changed form. It became part of the landscape. Quiet, fragile, enduring. But the Narcissus flower carried more than just his memory. It had older associations too, ones that stretched deep into Greek religious thought. The flower, you see, was sacred to Persephone, queen of the underworld. According to legend, it was while picking narcissus blossoms in a meadow that Persephone was lured into the realm of Hades. One moment she was laughing in the sunlight, the next the earth split open, and the god of the dead rose to take her below. The Narcissus, then, became a symbol of passage, a bridge between life and death, beauty and decay, innocence and knowledge. For Narcissus, it was the perfect emblem. He, too, had crossed a threshold. The pool had been his underworld, his mirror, and his portal. In gazing too deeply, he had fallen through the surface, slipping quietly from the realm of the living into the stillness beyond. The ancients loved this kind of symmetry. Life and death were not opposites to them, merely reflections. What was above mirrored what was below. The gods themselves were mirrors of human nature, jealous, passionate, capricious, and humans were, in turn, mirrors of the gods. Narcissus's fate was not exceptional. It was inevitable in a world built entirely of reflections. Later poets would imagine that even in death, he remained by the pool, not as a ghost, but as an image caught forever in the water's surface. The nymphs would come at dawn to watch the faint shimmer of his face appear in the dew, only to fade again when the sun rose. To them, this wasn't horror. It was harmony. Nature, they believed, did not waste beauty. It simply recycled it. The narcissus flower itself had a dual reputation. It was delicate and fragrant, yet faintly ominous. Its scent was said to induce drowsiness, the same dreamy lethargy that overtakes those who wander too close to death. In some rituals, the flower was laid on graves as a symbol of rebirth. In others, it was avoided altogether, lest it call the soul downward. For the Greeks, everything in nature carried this dual meaning, the brightness of the living world always shadowed by the presence of the dead. And nowhere was that duality clearer than in the myth of Narcissus. To gaze at one's reflection is to confront mortality itself. The face that looks back is always slightly older, slightly altered, slightly less real. Narcissus believed he was looking at beauty immortal, but what he saw was impermanence, his own image dissolving moment by moment. That's what makes the story more than a cautionary tale. It's not simply about vanity, it's about transience. Beauty, like reflection, cannot be held. The moment you try to grasp it, it breaks. The philosopher Heraclitus once said, "All things flow, nothing remains." Not rivers, not faces, not even love. Narcissus's tragedy, then, was that he found something he believed eternal, and discovered that it was as fleeting as light on water. In that sense, his death becomes an act of realization rather than ruin. He becomes the first philosopher of beauty, the one who saw its limits and perished in understanding them. Ovid writes that when the nymphs returned days later, they could still see his reflection in the pool, but no matter how many times they tried to disturb the water, the image always returned. It was as though the pool itself remembered him, as though nature refused to forget. And that, perhaps, is the quiet miracle of Greek myth. They understood that stories were the only true form of immortality. Gods fade, empires fall, but a well-told story never quite dies. Narcissus may have vanished from the forest, but his story has been blooming for over 2,000 years. His name, of course, has changed meaning. The Romans made him a warning. The Christians made him a sin. The psychologists turned him into a condition. And yet, somewhere beneath all that, the ancient boy still lingers, beautiful, doomed, and curiously serene. It's difficult not to feel a little sympathy for him. He wasn't malicious. He harmed no one but himself. His only crime was mistaking reflection for reality, something we've all done in one way or another. Every time we chase perfection, every time we fall in love with an idea of ourselves rather than the truth, we reenact his tragedy in miniature. The mirror has changed. It's no longer a pool, but a screen. Yet the story remains exactly the same. Perhaps that's why the myth endures. Because it isn't about a boy who loved himself too much, but about a boy who didn't understand what love was. He thought it meant possession, permanence, reflection. He never learned that true beauty lies in change, in imperfection, in the ripples themselves. And so he lingers in memory and metaphor, the eternal reflection gazing forever into the mirror of mortality. Each spring, when the narcissus blooms again, bowing toward the damp soil, it feels like a gentle reminder from the ancient world that beauty, though doomed to fade, is still worth admiring, that love, even when misplaced, still teaches, and that to know oneself, even fatally, is part of being human. The pool remains calm, the forest breathes again, the reflection shimmers and fades, and far away, somewhere in the distance, Echo's voice drifts faintly through the trees, repeating that single word that sums up all Greek philosophy, all myth, and all mortality alike. When the nymphs returned to the clearing after many days, they found the forest changed. The air felt heavier, as though a storm had passed silently through and left its memory behind. The pool, once bright, once playful with ripples and sunlight, was still as glass. There was no trace of Narcissus's body, only the faint shimmer of reflection on the water's surface. And yet there was something new. Where his head had rested among the moss and roots, a small pale flower had sprung. Its petals were the colour of milk, its centre burnished with faint gold, and it bent ever so slightly toward the pool, as if still seeking the reflection that had consumed its former self. The nymphs knelt in wonder. One of them reached out to touch it, but stopped. Even they, creatures of the earth and air, understood the sanctity of such transformations. They named it in his memory Narcissus. The word carried layers of meaning, as Greek words often did. Narc meant numbness, sleep, or forgetfulness. And indeed, there was something tranquil, almost hypnotic, about the flower. The way it bowed gently toward the ground, as if drowsy from its own fragrance. It became a symbol of transition between waking and dreaming, life and death, mortal beauty and immortal remembrance. The Greeks, who could find poetry in the petals of a weed, quickly folded this new flower into their cosmic storybook. They had long believed that death and nature were intertwined, that the earth absorbed human feeling and returned it in physical form, Every blossom was a soul retold. Every fragrance was a sigh. And Narcissus, of course, was not the first to leave behind such a legacy. There was Hyacinthus, struck by Apollo's discus, whose spilled blood gave birth to the hyacinth, its petals marked with the letters AI, meaning alas. There was Adonis, loved by Aphrodite and slain by a boar, whose blood stained the anemone red. There was even Crocus, transformed into a purple flower after mourning his friend. The Greek landscape was quite literally a field of stories, sorrow reborn as beauty. The Narcissus, however, was different. It was quieter. It carried none of the drama of war or gods or revenge. It was a flower of reflection, of silence. To the ancient Greeks, it belonged as much to the realm of Hades as to the realm of sunlight. You see, the Narcissus was sacred to Persephone, queen of the underworld. The myth tells that one day, as she gathered flowers in a meadow, she spotted a Narcissus unlike any she'd seen before, its petals so radiant that the air itself seemed to glow. Entranced, she reached out to pick it, and at that very moment the ground split open beneath her feet. Hades rose from the depths, his chariot pulled by black horses, and carried her into the underworld to be his queen. From then on, the Narcissus became a flower of thresholds, of descent and return. It marked the delicate border between the living and the dead, between the world of sunlight and the shadowy halls below. It symbolized beauty that lures, change that cannot be undone, and the endless rhythm of the seasons, loss and renewal, fading and rebirth. To the Greeks, such connections weren't coincidental. They saw the universe as a web of correspondences. Everything echoed something else. The Narcissus flower wasn't just a memorial to Narcissus. It was part of a larger truth, that love, beauty, and mortality were inseparable. To desire is to invite transformation, and transformation is simply another word for death. In a way, the myth of Narcissus fits neatly beside that of Persephone. Both are stories of attraction, one drawn downward by love, the other inward by reflection. Both cross boundaries that mortals were not meant to cross, and both are redeemed in their own strange way by becoming symbols of cycles rather than endings. The Narcissus flower blooms at the edge of winter, when the world still feels half asleep. Its delicate stem breaks through the frost to greet the faint sun. For the ancients, that timing mattered. They saw in it a reminder that beauty is born from decay, that life returns even after silence. It's a melancholic sort of hope, but hope all the same. The Romans later adopted the flower, though in their typically practical fashion. They used it to scent oils and perfumes. They called it Narcissus poeticus, the poet's flower, fitting really. Poets have always been drawn to the melancholy kind of beauty, the sort that fades as you admire it. They saw in Narcissus not vanity, but yearning. A yearning for the impossible, for permanence, for perfection, for a love that would never ripple and disappear. Even the early Christians, inheriting centuries of Greek and Roman symbolism, took notice of the Narcissus. They saw in its downward tilted bloom a gesture of humility, a contrast to the pride that had undone the boy it was named for. In medieval monasteries, it was sometimes planted near graves to symbolize repentance and resurrection, the body returning to dust, and from dust, beauty rising again. And so, through every age, the flower carried a quiet duality. It was both a warning and a comfort, a reminder of death and an emblem of renewal. But let's return just for a moment, to that quiet clearing in Boeotia, the place where it all began. The pool still lies there in the old tellings, though it has no exact location. The Greeks preferred their sacred places to be mysterious, half imagined. Pilgrims were said to have visited it in later centuries, bringing offerings, garlands, coins, sometimes even mirrors polished to silver. They would kneel beside the water and peer into it, not to admire themselves, but to glimpse what the poets called eidolon, the image of memory. It's said that if the light struck just right, they could still see a faint face beneath the surface. Not clear, not solid, but shimmering, as though made of breath and water. The villagers believed it was Narcissus himself, still leaning towards his reflection, eternally balanced between existence and echo. Perhaps it's only legend, but it's a comforting one. It suggests that even when we disappear, something of us remains. A ripple, a reflection, a memory caught in the elements. That was how the Greeks saw immortality. Not as endless life, but as persistence of story. To be remembered was to live again, if only in whispers. And that really is what the Narcissus flower became, a whisper of beauty that refuses to die. Each spring, it blooms beside rivers and ponds, bowing toward the water as if reenacting the ancient myth. Its fragrance drifts through the cool air, light, clean, a little sad, like the memory of someone you once loved, but can't quite picture anymore. If you were to walk through such a place at dusk, you might imagine the faint rustle of leaves as footsteps, the shimmer of water as breath. The forest of Boeotia is long gone, but the story still lingers. It always does. Myths are stubborn that way. They survive empires, languages, and even disbelief. And so Narcissus endures, not as a warning of pride, as later generations insisted, but as a reflection of something more universal. The human longing to see oneself clearly, and the melancholy that follows when we finally do. Every age remakes him in its own image. The Greeks saw philosophy, the Romans saw poetry, the modern world sees psychology, but beneath every interpretation lies the same image, a boy and a pool, beauty mirrored and undone by its own gaze. And at the water's edge, the flower remains, white, delicate, and quietly eternal. It bends toward the reflection that no longer exists, as though still in conversation with memory. If you listen closely, or perhaps just stay very still, you might hear the faintest echo of water moving, the ghost of Echo's voice drifting through the trees. It doesn't say much anymore. Only a single word, repeated softly, endlessly, like the heartbeat of the story itself. Long after Narcissus had vanished, after his beauty had dissolved into water and flower, the forest did not fall silent. Something lingered. Not his body, nor even his reflection, but his voice, or rather, the absence of it. For where his words had once sounded, another voice remained, repeating them faintly, fading but never gone. Echo. Her story, which had once seemed a separate tragedy, was now bound to his forever. The two myths had twined together like ivy around a ruined column, inseparable, sorrowful, and strangely beautiful. In the beginning, Echo had been full of life, a nymph of laughter and chatter, capable of filling whole mountainsides with conversation. Her curse, Hera's little act of vengeance, had left her trapped in repetition, a mirror of sound, just as Narcissus had been a mirror of sight. And in the end, that symmetry became perfect. He loved his reflection, she loved his voice. He could not possess his image. She could not shape her words. The Greeks adored such harmony. For them, tragedy was a kind of music. Every story a chord resolving itself at last. Echo's curse and Narcissus's fate were not separate notes, but echoes of the same melody, the longing to connect, and the impossibility of doing so. After Narcissus's death, the poets tell us, Echo continued to haunt the woods. She had no form, no body, no home, only sound. Travellers who passed through the valleys of Boeotia would hear her answering them from afar. Sometimes she mimicked laughter. Sometimes she repeated cries for help. Sometimes she simply said the last word she heard, as though carrying on conversations that had long since ended. It unnerved some people. It comforted others. But for the Greeks, it made perfect sense. They lived in a world that was alive with spirit. Wind, water, thunder, and voice, all were expressions of divine presence. When you heard an echo, it wasn't an acoustic trick. It was the forest speaking back. They imagined echo as a fragment of soul stretched across space, neither living nor dead, a reminder that emotion can outlast form. And in a strange way she was immortalized by her loss. Her love was never returned, yet her voice endured long after all else had vanished. There's a kind of peace in that, if you think about it. She became what she was always meant to be, a presence woven into nature, impossible to silence. Every mountain, every cave, every lonely glen carried her laughter. The world itself became her body. Later philosophers and poets saw her story as an allegory, an image of reflection in sound. Plato's followers compared her to memory, an echo of truth that never quite recreates the original. The Stoics called her the voice of reason, calling through the chaos of emotion, faint but persistent. And the later Roman poets, always fond of dramatics, painted her as the embodiment of unfulfilled love, the eternal answer that can never begin the conversation. But the older Greeks, I think, understood her best. They didn't pity her. They saw her as part of the great cycle, another transformation, another balance. She lost her body but gained endurance. She lost her speech but became the speech of the world. Some said that even Hades, Lord of the Dead, could hear her voice faintly drifting down through the earth. When new souls arrived in his realm, Echo would sometimes mimic their final words, a haunting welcome to eternity. She was everywhere and nowhere, proof that nothing in nature ever truly vanishes. It merely changes its form. And perhaps it's no coincidence that her story survives alongside Narcissus's. The two of them, opposites and mirrors, embody the two halves of human longing, to be seen and to be heard. To be seen is the desire of Narcissus, the longing for recognition, for reflection, for evidence of self. To be heard is the desire of Echo, the longing for connection, for reply, for meaning that extends beyond oneself. The tragedy, of course, is that both achieved only half. If you step back from the myth and squint a little, you can almost see what the ancients were doing. They weren't just telling stories. They were diagnosing existence. In mythic language, of course. Narcissus represents self-awareness without communication. Echo represents communication without self. Together, they form the human dilemma. We see, we speak, we long. And most of the time, we are simply answering ourselves. Yet, as sad as that sounds, there's something comforting about it. Echo may have lost everything, but her story still touches us thousands of years later. Her voice continues to answer across time, just as sound bounces through a canyon or a cave. That's the gift of myth. It echoes endlessly, reshaping itself in every generation. Even in antiquity, travellers claimed they could hear her in certain valleys of Greece. Pausanias, a Greek geographer writing in the 2nd century CE, described visiting a cave in Mount Helicon where Echo's voice could still be heard, answering distinctly, though the mouth that spoke it had long since crumbled to dust. He called it a marvel of nature, though he meant, of course, a marvel of remembrance. The poets embellished these accounts. They said that Echo lived in the very air, that her spirit stirred each time a sound was born. When shepherds played their flutes, she hummed along. When thunder rolled, she repeated its growl softly to the hills. When lovers called each other's names, she preserved the words after they'd gone. In a sense, she became the guardian of memory, the voice of what once was. And perhaps that's why her story continues to resonate. Every time we hear an echo, in a canyon, a tunnel, a quiet empty hall, we are reminded of her. Not as a ghost, but as an idea, that the world remembers our words, even when we think no one is listening. That belief, for the Greeks, was comforting. The universe wasn't silent, it spoke back. And while its answers might be fragmented, distorted, or delayed, they were proof that existence itself was responsive. Echo was not just a nymph punished by Hera. She was the whisper of eternity. In art, she's often shown as a translucent figure, fading into the rocks, her mouth open mid-word, her eyes following the outline of sound. In Roman frescoes, she sometimes appears beside Narcissus's pool, invisible but listening. And in later European paintings, she's the faint shimmer of light behind him, the presence that remains after beauty fades. In a strange way, she outlived him. The flower that bore his name bloomed each spring and withered each winter. But Echo's voice was constant, eternal, renewed each time the world spoke. If you imagine the forest now, it's peaceful again. The pool lies still, the narcissus flower bows its head, and all is quiet. Then from somewhere unseen, a voice repeats the faintest word, not to haunt, not to mourn, but to remind. The air seems to sigh it, softly, patiently. Remember. Echo's story, like her sound, doesn't end. It fades, pauses, and then begins again whenever a word meets an empty space. That's her gift. Her echo is history's heartbeat. And so, in the end, there are no villains here. No cruel gods, no arrogant youth, no vengeful nymph. Only reflections and repetitions. Water and sound, image and voice. Together they make a pattern, a rhythm older than speech itself. It's the rhythm of all things passing, and all things returning. Somewhere in that rhythm, the ancients found comfort, and perhaps so can we. For as long as there are voices, there will be echoes. As long as there are faces, there will be reflections. And as long as there are stories, there will be memory, gentle, persistent, and softly repeating across the centuries. Echo still answers, faint and faithful. Her voice carries the fragments of 1,000 lost conversations, reminding us that nothing is ever entirely gone. Not sound, not love, not even sorrow. If you stand very still, even now, in any quiet place, a canyon, a hall, a forest, and say his name softly into the silence, you might hear her still. Not loud, not clear, but there, hidden in the breath between heartbeats. Narcissus. And from far away, like memory itself returning from the dark, comes the reply, Cissus, Cissus, Cissus. and the story, as it always has, begins again. Every Greek story ends the same way, not with finality, but with understanding. The gods don't appear to tidy things up. No great moral is carved in marble. The story simply settles, like dust after sunlight, and leaves you thinking. Narcissus and Echo have both faded now, one into flower and reflection, the other into voice and memory. Yet, in their absence, the question remains, what does it mean to know oneself? It was the question at the heart of the prophecy. The old seer Tiresias had said, he shall live long if he never comes to know himself. For Narcissus, the knowing was fatal, and yet, for the Greeks, it was also inevitable. The phrase gnothi seauton, know thyself, was inscribed at Delphi, the holiest sanctuary of Apollo, god of truth and light. Every pilgrim who entered the temple to seek wisdom first passed under those words. It was both an instruction and a warning. Self-knowledge is the beginning of wisdom, but also of sorrow. For the Greeks, to know oneself didn't mean self-love or introspection in our modern, sentimental sense. It meant to know one's limits, to remember that we are mortal, temporary, and fragile. To forget that was hubris, the greatest sin in Greek thought, the arrogance of believing oneself equal to the gods. Narcissus did not rage against heaven, did not build towers or defy Olympus. His hubris was gentler, almost innocent. He didn't understand that to adore one's own image is to mistake the reflection for the truth. It's a subtler arrogance, not power, but illusion. And illusion in Greek mythology is always punished, not by wrath, but by revelation. When Narcissus looked into that pool, he saw beauty that felt divine. In reality, he was seeing the boundaries of his humanity, fragile, impermanent, always changing. The reflection was not eternal. It was mortal light dancing on water. His tragedy wasn't that he loved himself too much, but that he failed to see that love, beauty and life all shimmer briefly and then are gone. It's a very Greek kind of tragedy. Calm, symmetrical, quietly devastating. Philosophers later turned this myth into allegory. The Platonists saw in it the soul descending into matter, enchanted by its own reflection in the physical world, forgetting its divine origin. The Stoics saw it as a lesson in detachment. Desire, once mirrored back upon itself, consumes rather than sustains. The poets naturally turned it into something more romantic, a fable of impossible love, of beauty too perfect to survive. But at its core, the myth of Narcissus isn't moralistic. It's reflective. Quite literally. It's the mirror through which the Greeks examined themselves. They lived in a world that revered harmony, proportion, and beauty, and yet they knew that too much of any of these could undo a person. The same qualities that made one admirable could make one tragic. There's an ancient fragment of poetry that says, "The gods love what shines, and so they break it." It's cruel, but honest. To the Greeks, perfection attracted attention, and divine attention was rarely good for one's health. The lesson wasn't to hide from beauty, but to hold it lightly, to understand its impermanence. The flower wilts, the reflection ripples, the story ends, but the pattern remains. Even today, Narcissus's name survives, reshaped by centuries. It became a word for self-obsession, for vanity. But that modern definition feels rather small compared to the myth's breadth. Narcissus didn't fall in love with his ego. He fell in love with an illusion. And who among us hasn't done that? We chase ideals, of beauty, of success, of identity, even of happiness. Images of ourselves reflected in other people's eyes, in mirrors, in screens. We mistake them for truth. We called him me. And then, one day, we realised the image has changed, that we are not who we thought we were. The water ripples, the face fades, and something quieter, truer, looks back. That's the real knowing. In that sense, Narcissus's end is not entirely tragic. It's transformative. The Greeks loved transformation. Metamorphosis was their word for the world's way of keeping itself alive. To them, change was not loss, but continuity in another form. The boy becomes the flower, the voice becomes the echo, the story becomes a reflection of ourselves. Even in the underworld, the poets imagined, Narcissus continued to gaze upon his image in the dark waters of the Styx. But now, perhaps, he understood. The reflection there was not beautiful, just faint, wavering, and human. Some said that, in death, he found peace at last, no longer enamoured, merely aware. There's a kind of wisdom in that, to see oneself clearly, stripped of illusion, and not turn away. The Delphic maxim was right. Know thyself, but not too soon, and not too deeply. The mirror must be faced, but gently. The myth endures because it holds something timeless, that double-edged truth of consciousness. To be human is to look inward and see both light and shadow, to recognise beauty and mortality in the same breath. Narcissus's reflection isn't just his, it's ours. Every face that bends toward a pool, a mirror, a glowing screen carries the same question. Who am I really looking at? The Greeks would have smiled at the thought. They'd seen it all before. To them, self-awareness was divine curiosity tempered by humility. Apollo, the god of light and truth, illuminated both wisdom and vanity. The same light that reveals can also blind. And so the myth is not an admonition, but an invitation. To look, to wonder, to understand, and then to look away before the image swallows you whole. If you wander through Greece in spring, you can still find narcissus flowers blooming near old rivers, their petals pale, their heads bowed. Some grow wild near the ruins of Delphi, not far from where those famous words are carved in stone. Know thyself. They bloom and fade each year, as though nature itself keeps repeating the lesson in rhythm. It's easy to romanticize them, and perhaps we should. Beauty that admits its brevity is the gentlest kind. The flower bends toward the earth not in shame, but in wisdom. And somewhere, perhaps, Echo's faint voice still lingers on the breeze. Softer now, content. She repeats the words not as warning, but as lullaby. Know thyself, she says. Know thyself. The hills answer her faintly, their sound growing smaller, slower, until it becomes nothing more than a breath. Perhaps that's how myths end, not with certainty, but with echo. The story fades, but the question remains, asking itself again each time a human face meets its reflection. What do we really see when we look into the mirror? Beauty? Memory? Mortality? Or something deeper? The quiet recognition that all three are the same thing. The Greeks would say it doesn't matter. To know is enough. To understand that what you see will fade, but that the seeing itself, that spark of consciousness, is eternal. And so the story closes as it began, in stillness. The pool lies calm beneath the trees, the air soft and patient. A single white flower bends toward its own image, and the world for a moment feels perfectly balanced, light mirrored in shadow, sound fading into silence, life reflected in death. If you listen closely, you might still hear a whisper from the forest, an echo of the ancient voice that began it all, gentle, wry, and utterly human. To know oneself, it says, is to see both what you are and what you are not. And with that, the myth exhales. The pool darkens, the echo fades, and the listener drifts softly toward sleep, carrying with them the oldest of Greek truths, that even in reflection there is wonder. Once upon a time, though, as with all Greek myths, once is more a suggestion than a precise timestamp, there lived a man named Orpheus. Now, Orpheus was not a warrior, nor a king, nor even a demigod, which made him something of a novelty in Greek storytelling. Instead, he was a musician, but not just any musician. Orpheus was said to play the lyre so beautifully that even stones wept, and rivers slowed their flow to listen. Birds paused mid-flight, and wild beasts lay down like house cats at his feet. Quite the concert, really. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father was either the Thracian king Oeagrus, or, as some rather proud sources claim, Apollo himself. Whether it was royalty or divinity that accounted for his talent, it didn't much matter. The important bit is that Orpheus was a master of his craft, a one-man orchestra with a flair for the melancholic. Orpheus lived in Thrace, a region known in ancient times for its fierce warriors, thick forests, and a general air of mystical spookiness. It was not a place one wandered without a torch and a healthy respect for nature spirits. But for Orpheus, the land sang back to him. He composed melodies that made oak trees lean in closer, and even Hecate, goddess of ghosts and witchcraft, is said to have paused to listen. Now that's an endorsement. As it often happens in myths, Orpheus fell in love. Her name was Eurydice. She's sometimes described as a dryad, a woodland nymph, though in other versions she's mortal, though quite a luminous one. She and Orpheus married, and by all accounts they were happy, blissful even, which, in mythological terms, is rather like announcing a storm during a picnic. Something dreadful was bound to happen. Their happiness was short-lived. Barely had the wedding garlands wilted when fate intervened. Eurydice, walking alone through a sunlit meadow, never a good idea in a Greek myth, was spotted by a shepherd named Aristaeus. Now, Aristaeus was the rugged, rustic sort, a son of Apollo and a minor god of beekeeping, among other agricultural talents. He saw Eurydice and was overcome with lust. Whether it was divine mischief or just very poor judgment, he chased her. Fleeing through the underbrush, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. One bite, one moment of excruciating pain, and she collapsed. The poison spread fast. By the time Orpheus reached her, she was gone. Just like that. Orpheus was shattered. His grief wasn't the loud kind. It was silent and heavy, like snowfall over a grave. He wandered the hills, playing his sorrow into the world. The birds didn't sing anymore, they listened. Even the rocks, notoriously hard-hearted, seemed to mourn. But sorrow, for all its weight, eventually stirs resolve. Orpheus made a decision no living man had made before. He would journey into the underworld and bring her back. Now, the underworld wasn't designed for round-trip travel. It was ruled by Hades, a god who believed firmly in no refunds. The land of the dead was shrouded in shadow, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and accessible only by ferry, operated, of course, by Charon, who took only obels placed in the mouths of the deceased. Fortunately, Orpheus had not only charm, but also a certain confidence in his lyre. He arrived at the river Styx and played for Charon, whose grumpy demeanour melted like butter on a forge. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Charon ferried a living soul across. Next came Cerberus, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and a tail like a venomous whip. Cerberus was not a being easily reasoned with. But Orpheus didn't try reason. He played a lullaby so haunting and gentle that all three heads fell into slumber, dreaming perhaps of sticks and belly rubs. Finally, Orpheus reached the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades was a ruler more feared than loved, a god of absolute finality. Persephone, the queen of the dead, was no less formidable, though her story, abducted from springtime fields, wedded to a death god, yet allowed to return to the surface for part of the year, makes her one of the more layered deities. Orpheus bowed, lifted his lyre, and began to play. No words were spoken, just music. Music that carried every ounce of his grief, every note soaked in love and mourning. He sang of Eurydice's laughter, of the wedding they barely had, of the days they should have spent growing old together. He sang of lost summers and ghosted futures. And the impossible happened. The Furies wept, Persephone covered her face, and Hades, cold-blooded custodian of the dead, was moved. He granted Orpheus his wish, with a condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until both had reached the surface. No glances, no whispers, no confirmation of her presence, just trust. Now one might think this a simple enough instruction, but myths thrive on the delicate tensions of the human psyche. Orpheus had just descended into hell itself. He'd walked past ghouls and tormented shades, played his soul out to divine rulers, and now, with Eurydice behind him in utter silence, he was expected to climb upwards, blind with hope. Step by step, he ascended. The darkness thinned. A breeze began to stir. He could almost hear her, the faint echo of her sandals against the stone. But still, no confirmation, no words. And just as he reached the threshold, just as daylight broke across his face, he turned. Some say it was instinct. Others say he doubted. Or perhaps it was love itself, too overwhelming to resist. Regardless, his eyes met hers for one brief, frozen instant, and she began to vanish. Her form blurred like fog, drifting back into shadow. Her hand reached forward, lips parted, but no sound came. Then she was gone, again, only this time, forever. Orpheus tried to descend once more, but the passage was closed. The gods had made their mercy clear. There would be no repeat performance. So he returned to the world above, alone, again. And here, perhaps, the myth becomes most human. Orpheus did not move on. He did not remarry. He shunned all lovers and wandered the earth, playing his sorrow into the winds. Trees bent to listen, animals followed, and even the gods seemed to leave him alone, out of pity, or perhaps reverence. Now you might wonder, what exactly was the point of such a cruel test? Why allow him so close, only to snatch her away? In part, it reflects an ancient theme, the fragility of human hope. Greek tragedy isn't about happy endings, it's about the beauty of striving, even in the face of certain doom. Orpheus becomes a symbol of love's reach and the peril of doubt. Historically, Orpheus became a central figure in what would be called the Orphic Mysteries, a spiritual movement that believed the soul could ascend beyond its mortal coil through purity, music, and understanding. His journey to and from the underworld was seen not just as a tale of love, but as a metaphor for enlightenment and transcendence. Poets and artists adored him. Virgil, in his Georgics, gave Orpheus a beautifully tragic ending. Ovid, in Metamorphoses, added emotional resonance. Later, medieval and Renaissance thinkers reimagined him as a Christ-like figure, a martyr for beauty and love. But the ancient Greeks? They were both more honest and more ruthless. They believed in fate, and in their telling, Orpheus' end came not from age or grief, but from the Maenads, the wild, frenzied followers of Dionysus. Offended by his rejection of women, or perhaps incited by some frenzied ritual, they tore him apart, limb from limb. His head and lyre, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, carried to the sea. His final song, they say, was one of peace. The Muses, his divine kin, retrieved what they could and buried his remains at the foot of Mount Olympus. There, the nightingales sing more sweetly than anywhere else. There's a certain poetry in that ending. Orpheus, the man who loved too deeply, now rests in eternal harmony. His lyre became a constellation, Lyra, placed in the sky by the gods, as if even they could not bear to let him fade entirely. So what does this all mean for us? Perhaps Orpheus teaches us that love, even doomed love, holds a kind of sacred power. That beauty lies not just in happy endings, but in the striving. And that doubt, while painfully human, is the shadow cast by our brightest hopes. And now, as you lie here, drifting into the soft haze of sleep, let the gentle hum of Orpheus's lyre follow you. He played not to win, but because he must. Because love, however cursed, demanded it. And in that quiet place between dreaming and waking, perhaps Eurydice hears it still. Ah, ancient Athens, a city of philosophers, of democracy, and, quite helpfully for our story, of operatic family dysfunction. Our tale this evening unfolds in the shadow of kings and gods, among bloodlines so tangled you'd be forgiven for needing a corkboard and red string. At its heart lies a woman named Phaedra, a man named Hippolytus, and the kind of cursed romance that makes one grateful for rather ordinary heartbreaks. Let us begin, as all good tragedies do, with Theseus. Yes, that Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, the proud prince who navigated the labyrinth, string in hand, and then, somewhat less impressively, abandoned his lover Ariadne on a random island like last week's olives. Charming fellow. Years later, Theseus married Ariadne's sister, Phaedra, because why suffer a clean break when one can embroil an entire bloodline? Phaedra was the daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, daughter of the sun god Helios. Her sister Ariadne had helped Theseus slay her own monstrous half-brother. So you might say Phaedra's family gatherings were complicated. Now when she married Theseus, Phaedra became stepmother to his son Hippolytus, born of an earlier union with the Amazon queen, Hippolyta. The Amazons, you'll recall, were a fierce band of warrior women who didn't especially care for traditional domestic arrangements, or indeed men. So Hippolytus was raised more in their vein, aloof, chaste, and frankly more interested in hunting than in humans. He worshipped Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of virgins, and actively avoided Aphrodite, goddess of love and lust. This, as it turns out, was an ill-advised theological stance. You see, in Greek myth, the gods don't much care for being snubbed, especially not Aphrodite. She didn't just encourage passion, she demanded it. And when Hippolytus dismissed her realm in favour of Artemis and his virtuous, abstinent pursuits, Aphrodite was, shall we say, not amused. So, in a fashion that only the gods could consider just, she decided to teach him a lesson, not by striking him directly, but by orchestrating a most exquisite disaster. Her target, Phaedra. Aphrodite caused Phaedra, the respectable queen, to fall violently, hopelessly in love with her stepson. Now pause a moment. This is not your garden variety crush. This was a supernatural compulsion, a divine manipulation of the heart. Phaedra fought it, she tried everything. She prayed, she wept. She contemplated death as a preferable option. But the passion remained, feverish, shameful, and utterly destructive. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her nurse, an elderly servant with all the discretion of a town crier on market day. The nurse, thinking she was helping, approached Hippolytus and revealed the queen's feelings. Now Hippolytus, remember, was not exactly a people person. His reaction was one of horror, disgust, and high moral indignation. He rejected the idea outright, insulted Phaedra, and, depending on the version, threatened to tell his father, Theseus. And so Phaedra, humiliated and terrified, took the only path she saw open. She wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. When Theseus found her lifeless body and read the note, he was consumed with grief and fury. Not known for his even temper or investigative rigour, he cursed his son without so much as a conversation. Here's where things take a divine turn. Theseus happened to be on friendly terms with Poseidon, god of the sea, who had granted him 3 wishes, like a cosmic gift card. With one of these wishes, Theseus asked for Hippolytus' death. Poseidon obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the shore, a monstrous bull, a gift from the sea god, rose from the waves, panicked the horses, and sent the chariot careening. Hippolytus was thrown, dragged, and fatally wounded. Only later, much too late of course, did Theseus learn the truth. Artemis herself descended, explaining the cruel game Aphrodite had played, the lie that cost a life, and the loyalty his son had shown to virtue and restraint. There is, needless to say, no scene more thoroughly Greek than a god turning up after everything's already gone to Hades. Theseus was devastated, and Hippolytus. He died in agony, having lost the love of his father, the clarity of his life's purpose, and, ironically, his life, despite never having loved at all. Now let us take a breath and peek behind the myth. The tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus has been retold across centuries. Euripides, that dark-hearted dramatist of the 5th century BCE, gave us one of the earliest full versions in his tragedy Hippolytus. In it, he explores themes of divine injustice, the dangers of repression, and the ruinous consequences of desire, particularly desire denied. In Euripides' hands, no one is wholly innocent. Phaedra is sympathetic yet weak. Hippolytus is virtuous but cold, even arrogant. Theseus is rash, a father governed by passion rather than reason. And the gods? Oh, they are little more than vindictive forces, meddling in the hearts of mortals for sport. Roman writers took up the story as well. Seneca, in particular, leaned into the moral horror of it all, giving us a Phaedra even more tormented and a Hippolytus even more aloof. The myth was, for the Romans, a warning about ungoverned emotion and the brittle fragility of honour. But beyond the drama lies a question. Why was Hippolytus so thoroughly punished? It seems that in the Greek worldview, extremes, even extreme virtue, were dangerous. Hippolytus rejected love, women, and even the natural order. He refused Aphrodite entirely, and in doing so brought divine wrath upon himself. Moderation, or sophrosin, was the ideal. Passion, whether indulged or denied, could be ruinous if not tempered with balance. Phaedra, meanwhile, becomes the archetype of the woman torn by uncontrollable longing. In some versions she is a tragic victim, in others a more active deceiver. But even in her darkest portrayals, she is not without pathos. She didn't choose her desire. It was placed in her by Aphrodite, an invasion of the soul. Her suicide, while terrible, is framed as an escape from shame and a desperate, if futile, attempt to protect her honour. It's worth noting too that Hippolytus' death is one of the few in Greek myth that involves the invocation of a wish granted by a god. Theseus' call to Poseidon brings into sharp focus the terrifying idea that divine gifts can just as easily become curses. Be careful what you wish for, they say, and Theseus learned that the hard way. There is also in the background the quiet rivalry between Artemis and Aphrodite, chastity versus desire, each goddess claiming their mortal, each refusing to concede. And Hippolytus? A pawn in their celestial quarrel. Artemis honours him after death, promising that young girls will sing of him before their weddings, a melancholic tribute to a man who never loved. In later centuries, the myth would influence everything from Racine's Phèdre, a French tragedy of seething guilt and eloquent repression, to modern psychological interpretations of obsession, denial, and the tragic inevitability of miscommunication. It's a story not just about forbidden love, but about the impossibility of perfection. So what are we to make of this tale? Perhaps it whispers to us in the quiet hours that love, when twisted by pride or denial, becomes unrecognizable. That purity without empathy can be as dangerous as passion without restraint. That gods, whether ancient or of our own making, are rarely fair. As you drift now gently towards sleep, consider the image of Hippolytus driving his chariot along a glittering shore, unaware of the doom rising from the sea. Consider Phèdre, torn between longing and honour, a queen undone by feelings not her own. And Theseus, flawed, impulsive, human, wishing too late for the truth. In the end, no hero, god, or queen was spared. A love that never bloomed still managed to destroy them all. And so, with the hush of sea waves and the faint whisper of hoofbeats, let the tale fade softly from your mind. After all, in the realm of Greek myth, even silence carries the echo of tragedy. Let us dim the torchlight, settle deeper into our pillows, and drift to a time long before reason and restraint were fashionable. Back when the gods meddled freely in mortal affairs, and beauty could, quite literally, cause the fall of empires. Tonight's tale belongs to a love so cursed, so extravagantly disastrous, that even poets centuries later shook their heads in disbelief. Paris and Helen. She, the most beautiful woman in the world. He, a Trojan prince with the decision-making skills of a sleep-deprived squirrel. Together, they triggered a war that lasted 10 years, toppled a mighty city, and gave us one of the longest and bloodiest epics in Western literature. Romance, anyone? Let us begin, appropriately, with a wedding. But not of Paris or Helen. No, this was the wedding of Peleus, a mortal, and Thetis, a sea nymph. A curious pairing, certainly, but the gods were all invited, except, crucially, for Eris, goddess of discord. As you might imagine, Eris did not take kindly to being snubbed. So, in a move of divine pettiness that would make any soap opera villain blush, she crashed the party and tossed a golden apple into the crowd. Upon the apple were inscribed the words, "To the fairest." Now, if you know anything about Greek goddesses, you know this sort of thing is best avoided. Immediately, 3 stepped forward to claim the prize. Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Not a trio known for sharing. Zeus, wisely refusing to choose between his wife and two of his most powerful daughters, appointed a mortal judge, Paris of Troy, a prince known more for his looks than his wit. Poor lad. He was tending his flocks on Mount Ida when the three goddesses appeared, shimmering and radiant, each offering a bribe more tempting than the last. Hera promised him power, rule over vast lands and mighty kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, eternal glory on the field. And Aphrodite, she offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, ever the romantic, or perhaps simply a man with an eye for aesthetics, chose Aphrodite. Thus, with the flick of a divine promise, the stage was set. Now, the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Yes, the same Leda whom Zeus seduced in the form of a swan, in what might be mythology's strangest courtship. Helen was raised by King Tyndareus of Sparta and eventually married Menelaus, the king himself. He was a capable ruler, brother to the more famously brutish Agamemnon, and not altogether thrilled when Paris turned up at his palace. Paris, fulfilling Aphrodite's gift, wooed, or, depending on the version, abducted Helen and whisked her away to Troy. Some say she went willingly, bewitched by Aphrodite's charm. Others suggest she had little choice in the matter. Still others believe a phantom Helen went to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt. But let's not complicate things with metaphysics. What is certain is this: Helen's departure was seen as a grave insult, a personal betrayal to Menelaus, and a political one to every Greek prince who had once vied for her hand. You see, Tyndareus had cleverly made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath, known later as the Oath of Tyndareus, to protect and defend whoever she chose to marry. This turned out to be less a romantic safeguard and more a war clause. And so, the kings of Greece united, not merely to restore one man's pride, but to honour an oath, settle scores, and, if we're being honest, to indulge in a bit of conquering. The result was the Trojan War. Ah, the Trojan War. A conflict so grand and so devastating, it took not one, but two epic poems to contain it. The Iliad and the Odyssey. And that's just the beginning. 10 years of siege, countless deaths, and heroes like Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, and Ajax thrown into a whirlwind of battle, all for the sake of one woman's love. Or lust. Or really bad timing. Now, what of Paris and Helen during this war? Paris, though not devoid of courage, was no match for the great Greek heroes. He was better with words than weapons, and preferred archery to hand combat, a rather unmanly thing in Homeric eyes. It was he who shot Achilles in the heel, though with some divine assistance, of course. Even his most famous kill comes shrouded in debate. Helen, meanwhile, remained in Troy, often portrayed as guilt-ridden and conflicted. Homer gives us glimpses of her regret, her sense of alienation. In the Iliad, she calls herself a shameless whore, blaming herself for the bloodshed. Yet we also see her cleverness, her nobility, and her strange affection for her new Trojan family, even as the Greeks pound at the gates. The war eventually ends, as you may recall, with the ruse of the Trojan horse, a grand deception led by Odysseus, who tricked the Trojans into wheeling their doom inside the city walls. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the hollow belly of the horse and opened the gates. Troy burned. The city was razed, men slaughtered, women enslaved, children thrown from walls. It was not a rescue. It was a reckoning. And Paris, he died before the fall, wounded by the Greek hero Philoctetes, his pleas for healing ignored. Helen, remarkably, survived. Here history takes a twist. Helen was taken back to Sparta by Menelaus. Not executed, not shunned, but restored as queen. In Euripides' play Helen, she's even portrayed as entirely innocent, a pawn of the gods. But what of the curse? Ah yes, the curse. For the love of Helen, countless lives were lost. Kingdoms fell. Heroes perished. The ancient Greeks believed in Moira, in fate. And when one tampered with the cosmic balance, say by giving a mortal woman the beauty of a goddess, and then having her abducted by a Trojan prince, retribution was inevitable. Helen and Paris were not simply two people in love. They were symbols of lust unbound, of divine meddling, of the fragility of peace. Their love wasn't just cursed. It was a curse laid upon them by forces beyond their ken. Aphrodite's gift turned out to be more of a trap, and Paris's choice, though his own, brought ruin. There's a poignant line in Homer's Iliad where Priam, the aging king of Troy, speaks to Helen and says, "I do not blame you." It's a rare moment of grace, and perhaps an acknowledgement that no one in this tale was truly in control. The gods pulled the strings, and the mortals danced or stumbled accordingly. And yet, generations later, artists and poets continue to return to Paris and Helen. Why? Because theirs is the quintessential tale of beauty and destruction, of the irresistible pull of desire, even when we know the cost. Helen becomes not just a woman, but an idea, of longing, of regret, of the havoc that follows when love is chosen above duty, above peace. In some versions, Paris and Helen are reunited in the afterlife. In others, Helen marries again, grows old, fades into legend. But always she remains the face that launched 1,000 ships, and, more accurately, 1,000 deaths. We might shake our heads at Paris's foolishness. We might pity Helen's fate. But deep down, we understand the perilous magnetism of what they shared. A beauty too perfect to hold. A love too cursed to survive. So, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath evens out, imagine Troy before the war. Its high towers gleaming, its gates strong, its people innocent of what's to come. Picture Helen on the walls, watching the ships sail toward her, each bearing the weight of vengeance. And Paris beside her, hand in hers, neither of them fully understanding the price of that golden apple. A single choice. A whispered promise. And the fall of a city. Sleep well. Let us drift now into the hush of a forest glade. The leaves shimmer gently overhead. The air is heavy with birdsong, not quite real. And from somewhere, not far, not near, a music stirs. Sweet and aching. A lyre strummed by fingers so gifted they might well have been kissed by the gods. Tonight, dear listener, we speak of Orpheus. Now, Orpheus wasn't your typical Greek hero. No sword, no spear. He didn't slay monsters or outwit sphinxes or start a war over some wayward lover. No, Orpheus wielded only music, and yet with that he could do what no blade could, move the world itself. The rocks wept at his songs. The rivers paused their flow. Trees leaned in, and wild beasts sat quietly at his feet. Even Hades, lord of the underworld and notoriously difficult at parties, would in time grant him audience. But let us not rush. We must first meet Eurydice. Eurydice was a dryad, a nymph of the trees. Beautiful, yes, but also wild in spirit, elusive as a breeze in spring. She met Orpheus, or perhaps he found her, singing in some quiet glade, and the two fell into a love so pure, so gentle, It seemed untouched by fate. They married beneath the trees. The Muses blessed the union, and for a moment everything was as it should be. Ah, but this is Greek mythology. And if there's one thing we've learned so far, it's that happiness is rarely allowed to flourish unpunished. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice was wandering through a field when she was spotted by Aristaeus, a minor god of agriculture and, ironically, beekeeping. He became, let's say, over-enthusiastic in his admiration and chased her. In her flight, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. The snake, perhaps insulted that its peaceful sunbathing had been interrupted, bit her. And just like that, she died. Now, in many stories, death is the end. But Orpheus was not content to mourn beneath the stars. He tuned his lyre, steadied his resolve, and descended into the underworld. Not metaphorically, literally. You see, unlike the Christian afterlife or the Buddhist wheel of rebirth, the Greek underworld was a shadowy, bureaucratic sort of place. There was paperwork, and rivers, and levels. The dead were sorted, seated, and generally discouraged from mingling with the living. But Orpheus, singing his sorrow, crossed them all. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the three-headed hound, a beast bred to devour hope. Orpheus played his lyre, and the great dog lay down and slept, all three heads dreaming different dreams. He passed the river Styx, that black ribbon of forgetfulness, where Charon the ferryman carried souls across for a fee, except this time no coin was needed. Music was payment enough. At last, Orpheus came before Hades and Persephone, lord and lady of the dead. Now Hades is often depicted unfairly, as cruel or malicious. But in truth, he was simply a man with a job no one else wanted, to oversee the realm where all things end. And he did it for the most part, without complaint. Persephone, of course, was the springtime bride, who lived half the year below and half above. She understood sorrow. And so, when Orpheus played for them, he didn't plead, he didn't argue, he let the music speak. It was a song of loss, of sunlit mornings never to be shared, of laughter that now echoed too quietly, of a love that had bloomed and been severed in a moment. It was said that even the Furies, those ancient goddesses of vengeance, shed tears. Hades, unmoved by speeches, found his cold heart softened. And so, the lord of the underworld made a rare concession. Eurydice would be returned to life. But there is always a but in Greek mythology, only on one condition. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow behind, silent and unseen, and he must not look back until they had both emerged into the world of the living. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick. The air tastes of iron. And the mind, when anxious, whispers. What if she isn't there? It says. What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone? Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free. And so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness. But she said nothing, because in the underworld, speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but a second descent was not permitted. the gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end, but Orpheus's story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world, but he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much. In that moment of doubt, when he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek myth, is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. There's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus's descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions, when Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice. Not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is perhaps the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something, or someone, and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful but not omnipotent, that beauty can stir gods but not undo fate, and that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre standing alone at the mouth of a cave, the birds quiet, the trees leaning in, and somewhere just behind him, a figure fading into the mist. A single glance, a lifetime of regret, and yet still the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. Let the world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance, a tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed, even the gods seem to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests and dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit dramatic, rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, someone else had pinched the crown, his uncle Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, said, "Yes, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece." Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine, flying ram, and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon. Naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers' endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeetes of Colchis and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and, you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeetes, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plough a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea. Struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse, Medea fell for Jason at first sight. Not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love and perhaps a smidgen of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors, throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials. But her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic, but it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Apsyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now, there are alternate versions of this moment, some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love or obsession. And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They returned to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus' daughters into murdering their own father, by convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time, and had 2 children. One imagines Medea, perhaps, tending herbs, and Jason telling the same golden fleece story at dinner parties. But Jason, ever ambitious and never terribly bright in the long term, had his eyes on a political marriage. He abandoned Medea and their children to wed Glauce, the young daughter of King Creon of Corinth. Medea's reaction was not mild. The playwright Euripides gives us the most famous version of what happened next. In his tragedy Medea, the sorceress becomes something other than human, something between fury and fate. She sends Gloucester a wedding gift, a dress and crown soaked in poison. When Glaus puts them on, the poison ignites. She dies screaming, her father King Creon trying to save her, only to be consumed in the same blaze. And then, and then comes the most terrible act. Medea, consumed by wrath and despair, murders her own children, not out of hatred for them, but as the ultimate punishment for Jason. I will not let them be mocked or enslaved, she says. I will not let them be his. And just like that, she becomes myth's most unforgettable figure. Neither victim nor villain, but something else entirely. She escapes, riding a chariot drawn by dragons, because of course she does, leaving Jason alone, shattered and humiliated. Now, one might wonder, was Medea mad? Or merely pushed beyond reason? This is a question that has plagued scholars, playwrights and therapists for over 2,000 years. Medea is unlike any other woman in Greek myth. She is clever, powerful, and terrifyingly autonomous. She loves deeply and destroys absolutely. Historically, Medea may reflect the ancient Greek anxiety around foreign women, powerful women, or simply women who refuse to be passive. She's from the East, Colchis, and thus outside the civilized Greek world. She's magical. She doesn't follow the script. Jason, in contrast, is very much a man of his time. A hero on paper, but shallow and opportunistic beneath the surface. His betrayal of Medea isn't just a personal failing. It's a rejection of everything she gave up for him. Family, home, honour. There's an irony here. Medea gave him the golden fleece, helped him win every challenge, made him a hero, and in return he chose a younger, more politically convenient bride. If you're feeling particularly sympathetic to her, you're not alone. Many do. Even Euripides' audience, mostly male citizens of Athens, reportedly left the theatre shaken. Medea doesn't merely murder, she punishes. And her punishment is precise, poetic, and irreversible. So what, we ask, is the curse in this love story? It is the curse of unequal devotion, of love that gives everything and receives betrayal in return, of a woman who becomes monstrous not because she began that way, but because the world gave her no other option. Later myths soften her tale slightly. Medea flees to Athens, marries King Aegeus, and continues to meddle in royal succession there, because once you've murdered a few people, political intrigue becomes something of a hobby. Eventually, she vanishes from the mythic stage, perhaps returning to Colchis. Perhaps not. Jason, for his part, dies alone, an old man sitting beneath the rotting hulk of the Argo. The ship collapses, and a beam falls on him, ending the life of a man once called a hero. A curiously mundane death, really. No monsters, no glory, just gravity. Perhaps it's fitting. The myth of Jason and Medea is less a story of love than a warning. Be careful whom you betray, especially if she's descended from the sun and owns a flying dragon chariot. But it is also, in its own twisted way, a deeply human story. Love that consumes, betrayal that stings, and the terrible things people do when they feel cast aside. As you rest now, and the night deepens around you, let us leave Medea, not with the blood nor the fire, but in the moment just before it all unravelled. A young woman watching the sea, holding a golden fleece in her hands, and believing, perhaps foolishly, that love would be enough. Sleep well. Let us drift now into a tale drenched in silence, restraint, and ruin. A story that unravels not in battlefield clatter or divine thunder, but in hushed corridors, aching hearts, and a single, devastating lie. It begins in Athens, under the watchful eye of a king, and ends on a dusty road beside a shattered chariot. This, dear listener, is the story of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a love that was never requited, never consummated, and yet managed to destroy nearly everyone involved. It is perhaps the quietest and most suffocating of our cursed romances. We begin, as all Greek tragedies must, with lineage, and what a tangled web it is. Phaedra, our ill-fated heroine, was a Cretan princess, daughter of King Minos and Queen Pasiphae, and sister to Ariadne, yes, the same Ariadne who helped Theseus defeat the Minotaur, and was then unceremoniously abandoned on an island. Romance was clearly not in the family's bloodline. Theseus, king of Athens, hero of legend, had once been the toast of Greece, defeater of bandits, slayer of beasts, and an enthusiastic philanderer. After a string of dalliances and one catastrophic marriage to the Amazon queen Hippolyta, by whom he fathered a son, Hippolytus, he settled into royal life with his new bride, Phaedra. Now, Phaedra was beautiful, refined, and quite a bit younger than her famous husband. Their marriage, like many royal unions, was more alliance than romance. But she did her duty, bore children, and walked the marble halls of Athens with quiet grace. All might have continued peacefully, if not for the gods. Enter Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and, when provoked, astonishing levels of spite. You see, Hippolytus, Theseus' son, was a proud devotee of Artemis, the chaste huntress. He spurned the affections of women, dedicated himself to purity, and, most disastrously, publicly mocked the power of love. Now, mocking love in ancient Greece was about as wise as insulting the sea when Poseidon's watching. The gods did not take criticism well, and Aphrodite in particular had a long memory and a short temper. To punish Hippolytus, Aphrodite devised a cruel strategy. She would destroy him not with sword or pestilence, but with love, someone else's love. She inflicted upon Phaedra a violent, helpless passion for her stepson. Not a crush, not a fascination, a full, mind-drowning obsession. Imagine it. A queen, upstanding and noble, suddenly possessed by desire for a young man who could barely meet her eye. The shame, the confusion, the slow unravelling of the self. Phaedra fought it. She fasted, wept, prayed. She clung to dignity as if it might pull her back from the brink. But desire, when laced with divinity, does not retreat. Now, rather than acting on her feelings, Phaedra did something unexpectedly modern. She suffered in silence. For quite some time, she simply withered. Euripides, in his haunting play Hippolytus, portrays her as a woman gnawed by internal torment, desperate not to commit sin, and equally desperate for relief. But silence is rarely sustainable. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her old nurse, an unfortunately meddlesome soul who thought it wise to resolve matters by telling Hippolytus everything. Yes, without asking permission. Because what's a Greek tragedy without one loyal servant doing exactly the wrong thing at the worst possible time? Now, Hippolytus, upon hearing this disturbing revelation, reacted with the emotional sensitivity of a bronze statue. He recoiled in disgust. He berated the nurse. He threatened to go public with the scandal. Now, a lesser woman might have screamed, or fled, or begged. But Phaedra, already on the edge of despair, took a different path. She wrote a note accusing Hippolytus of trying to seduce her, then took her own life. It's the sort of moment that lands like thunder. Quiet, sudden, and irreversible. Theseus returned home to find his wife dead and a damning letter in her hand. As one might expect from a man whose default setting was overreaction, he immediately cursed his son, calling upon Poseidon, who had once granted him 3 deadly wishes. He used one. Shortly after, Hippolytus set off in his chariot. As he rode along the coastline, Poseidon, true to his vengeful brand, unleashed a sea monster, or perhaps a monstrous wave that spooked the horses. They bolted, the chariot overturned, and Hippolytus was dragged, crushed, and left dying beneath the Athenian sun. Enter Artemis. As Hippolytus lay broken and bloodied, the goddess appeared, not with healing, but with truth. She revealed to Theseus the terrible misunderstanding. Phaedra had lied. His son was innocent. The entire tragedy had been the result of Aphrodite's vengeance. Too late, of course. Theseus rushed to his son's side. In one of Greek mythology's rare glimmers of grace, Hippolytus forgave his father. And then, as is tradition, he died. Let us pause a moment here, not out of sentiment, but out of respect. This myth, you see, doesn't traffic in the grand theatrics of other love stories. It has no golden apples, no sieges of Troy, no divine transformations. It is a story of people crushed by forces beyond their control, of gods who play with hearts as one might toy with dice. And yet, it remains one of the most devastating tales in the Greek canon. Euripides' Hippolytus, first performed in 428 BCE at the city Dionysia, was awarded first prize. This wasn't his first attempt, mind you. An earlier, now lost version had portrayed Phaedra as more openly lustful and less morally tormented, something the Athenian audience found a bit too scandalous for comfort. In the second version, Euripides gave Phaedra her dignity. She is a victim, not a villain. Her passion, though unnatural, is fought against with everything she has. Her downfall is not that she loved, but that she could not confess, that she could not find a path out of the silence. As for Hippolytus, he is, to modern eyes, a bit of a cold fish. His obsession with purity borders on the pathological. In rejecting love altogether, he insults Aphrodite, yes, but also becomes incapable of compassion. His horror at Phaedra's confession is understandable. His refusal to offer any kindness is not. The myth, then, is a meditation on extremism, on the dangers of denying part of one's nature. Love, the Greeks believed, was not optional. It was a force to be honoured, feared, and integrated. To reject it entirely was to invite disaster. And what of Theseus? He spends most of the myth off stage, arriving only in time to misjudge everyone and kill his own son. It's oddly poetic, given that Theseus's mythic career is full of grand gestures and poor follow-through. One might think of him as the original all-action, no-introspection hero. A sword in one hand and a tragic misunderstanding in the other. In some later traditions, Artemis is said to have taken Hippolytus after death and restored him to life in a distant land under a new name, Virbius, a god of the forest in Roman lore. Worshipped in Italy, he became a local deity of the grove, a shadow of his former life. A beautiful, bittersweet footnote for a man who never wanted to be part of a love story. And Phaedra? Her name, over time, became synonymous with forbidden longing. In later European literature, Racine's Phaedra, for example, her tale is retold again and again, each version wrestling with the same uncomfortable question. What do we do with desire that shouldn't exist? What happens when love becomes a curse? It's a question that echoes down the centuries in whispered stories and silent tears. Because Phaedra's tragedy is not just that she loved wrongly, it's that she had no place to put that love. No one to tell. No language for it that wouldn't bring ruin. So, as we draw this chapter to a close, let us imagine them once more. Phaedra, pacing her chamber, lips bitten, eyes hollow. Hippolytus, aloof and proud, walking through a world he refuses to understand. Theseus, returning home to a silence more terrible than any monster's roar. And above them, as always, the gods, watching, smiling, stirring the pot. Because in Greek mythology, love is rarely a blessing. More often, it is a test, a trap, a beautifully wrapped disaster. And nowhere is that more painfully clear than in the love that was never returned and never allowed. So sleep now, dear listener. Let the shadows of Phaedra's palace fade into dream. Let the whisper of Artemis's footsteps pass softly through your mind. And remember, some of the most devastating love stories are not those that end in betrayal or war, but those that were never allowed to begin. Let us now open the scroll on a love story so catastrophic, so calamitous, that it launched 1,000 ships. And, if you believe the poets, more than a few therapy sessions. It is a tale soaked in passion, betrayal, and the kind of poor decision-making that only comes from involving far too many gods in your dating life. This, dear listener, is the story of Paris and Helen, a romance so famously cursed, it managed to drag the entire Greek world into a 10-year war, topple empires, and earn the eternal scorn of every Achaean widow for generations. Now, before Helen's abduction, before the Greeks set sail for Troy, and before Homer even sharpened his quill, there was a wedding. Not Paris and Helen's, mind you. This whole tragedy begins at someone else's reception. The wedding in question was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph. It was a divine affair, with the whole Olympian guest list in attendance. That is, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. An oversight, perhaps. Or, given her reputation, a deliberate exclusion. Either way, Eris didn't take it well. She crashed the party anyway, bringing a gift as only a goddess of chaos could. A golden apple inscribed with 3 haunting words. To the fairest. Now, one might think that tossing such an apple into a room full of immortals is a touch irresponsible. And one would be absolutely correct. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately began to bicker over who deserved the prize. Rather than settle the matter like mature goddesses, they did what any supernatural being would do. They found a mortal to judge them. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince and part-time shepherd, full-time heartthrob. The goddesses appeared before him, each offering a bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, ever the strategist, offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, not exactly known for his political foresight, chose Aphrodite. And just like that, the stage was set. Helen, unfortunately, was already married. Her husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta, a sturdy man with red hair, a temper, and the kind of pride that doesn't take kindly to foreign princes running off with his wife. Now let's pause here for a moment to consider Helen herself. Not the myth, but the woman. Born from an egg, yes really, Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the logistics of that union are best left politely unexamined. Some say her divine lineage made her irresistibly beautiful. Others that her beauty was a curse in itself. Either way, every king in Greece wanted her hand. To avoid war, her foster father, Tyndareus, made all suitors swear an oath that they would defend Helen's chosen husband against any who tried to steal her away. The irony, of course, is that this oath would be used precisely when Helen decided, or was persuaded, to leave. The great question that has haunted poets for centuries is this: did Helen go willingly? Some versions say she fell madly in love with Paris, enchanted by Aphrodite's promise and the prince's charms. Others suggest she was abducted, spirited away from Sparta without consent. And a few, like the playwright Euripides in his play Helen, suggest the real Helen never even went to Troy, and a phantom double was sent in her place. Whichever version you favour, the result is the same. Helen ended up in Troy, and the Greek world erupted in outrage. Menelaus, understandably miffed, called in the old oath. Agamemnon, his brother and High King of Mycenae, rallied the Greek forces. One by one, the greatest heroes of the age were summoned: Odysseus, cunning and reluctant; Ajax, towering and unbreakable; Nestor, old and wise; and of course Achilles, the peerless warrior with the infamous heel. Thus began the Trojan War, a campaign of epic proportions, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, which, curiously, covers only a small segment of the war, specifically a spat over a different woman entirely. We'll get to that drama in another chapter. For now, let us turn to the heart of the matter, the cursed love of Paris and Helen. Within the golden walls of Troy, they lived in uneasy splendour. Paris, brave enough to charm a goddess, but not quite brave enough to win a war. Helen, torn between guilt, longing, and the smouldering ruins of her reputation. The Trojans for the most part despised her. Though royalty by association, she was seen as the cause of endless death. The poet Homer describes her walking the battlements, cloaked in shame, haunted by her choices. And yet she remained. Why? Perhaps love, perhaps fear. Perhaps the gods simply wouldn't let her leave. The Greek poet Stesichorus, writing in the 6th century BCE, tried to condemn Helen in verse, only to be struck blind. When he recanted and praised her instead, his sight was restored. The message was clear: speak ill of Helen at your peril. Paris, for his part, was not especially helpful. Though handsome, he lacked his brother Hector's honour or strategic mind. He preferred archery to close combat, charm to discipline. In one of the war's pivotal duels, he fought Menelaus himself, only to be whisked away mid-fight by Aphrodite when things began to go poorly. Let's just say it didn't do much for his street cred. Eventually, of course, Paris met his end. Shot by the archer Philoctetes, with the very bow of Heracles no less, he died not in glory, but in exile, after Helen's charms had somewhat worn thin. As for Helen, well, her story didn't end in Troy. When the city finally fell, thanks to Odysseus's cunning and a certain wooden horse, Helen was spared. Menelaus, sword raised to strike her down, was said to be so struck by her beauty that he dropped the blade. Whether this is forgiveness or further evidence of her god-touched allure is anyone's guess. Together, they returned to Sparta. Not to bliss, perhaps, but to normalcy. Their later life is shrouded in ambiguity. Some say they lived peacefully. Others claim Helen fled again, this time to Rhodes, where she was hanged by a queen who blamed her for her husband's death in the war. In any case, Helen's legacy endured. To the Greeks, she was both victim and temptress. To the Romans, she was a warning. And to the modern world, she remains a mystery. A woman whose beauty was so profound, it bent history itself. But let us step back from the fire and the fury, and consider the deeper current of this tale. Helen and Paris were not merely lovers. They were instruments, tools of gods and prophecies, caught in the gears of destiny. Their passion, whether genuine or divine-induced, ignited forces far beyond their comprehension. This is what makes their love so cursed. It is not merely doomed, it is weaponized, used as a spark to light a decade of slaughter. The wrath of Achilles, the tears of Hecuba, the ashes of Priam's palace, all can be traced back to one golden apple, one judgment, and one stolen queen. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture the shores of Troy lined with silent ships. Picture Helen standing by the firelight, her face unreadable. Picture Paris, bow in hand, seeking love in a world that has no room left for peace. It is a cruel irony, is it not, that the love which inspired such poetry also inspired such bloodshed, that the face which launched 1,000 ships could not shield a single soul from the gods' designs. Such is Greek mythology, passionate, unforgiving, and utterly enthralling. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the flames of Troy flicker and fade. Let Helen's silhouette dissolve into dream. And remember, in the world of myth, love may be the noblest of emotions, but it is also the most dangerous. In the grand compendium of Greek tragedies, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice sings its sorrow with quiet elegance, a melody of love, loss, and that most human of failings, doubt. Unlike the thunderous epics of heroes with bulging biceps and egos to match, this story is far more delicate, and perhaps all the more devastating for it. For here we find no clashing armies, no divine tempests, but rather a lyre, a longing, and a single glance that unspools the threads of hope. To begin, let us consider Orpheus, a figure less warrior than wonder-worker. He was born to the muse Calliope, herself a paragon of eloquence and song. Some say his father was King Oeagrus of Thrace, a mortal man, though others whisper the far more lyrical claim that Apollo, god of music, poetry, and inconvenient prophecies, was his sire. That would make Orpheus half divine, and if one listens to his music, it's rather hard to argue against it. Orpheus played the lyre, not as a skill, but as a second language. When he plucked its strings, the world responded. Stones softened, trees swayed in rhythm, and wild beasts gathered in harmony rather than hunger. Even the gods, notoriously difficult to impress, were said to pause mid-squabble to catch a note or two. In time, Orpheus's music found a muse of its own, Eurydice, a dryad nymph. Her presence in the myth is tantalizingly brief, yet powerful. Her name, meaning true justice, suggests a quiet dignity. She was no demigoddess or tempestuous deity, just a forest spirit with grace enough to ensnare the heart of the world's greatest musician. The two fell in love, and in mythological terms, that's saying something. Their union, by most accounts, was genuine, unmarred by trickery or divine coercion. For once, love was just love. Their marriage was to be a union of poetry and nature, of song and serenity. But, as you may have already guessed, peace rarely lasts in tales penned by the ancient Greeks. During a walk, or as some versions claim, while fleeing an amorous satyr named Aristaeus, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous serpent. She died almost instantly, and thus begins the descent, both literal and emotional. Orpheus, inconsolable, refused to accept her fate. Unlike most mortals who simply sob into their wine and commission a few sad pottery scenes, He took up his lyre and journeyed to Hades, the underworld. Yes, he quite literally walked into death's domain. This was not metaphor, but myth at its most majestic. Now, the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, was no weekend getaway. Souls lingered there in various states of gloom, from mildly inconvenient to eternally tormented. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, guarded its gates. The river Styx, dark and soul-sapping, surrounded it. Few entered alive. Fewer still returned. But Orpheus, armed only with his music and his grief, stepped into the gloom. He played, and the underworld listened. The lyre's lamentation echoed through the caverns of death. The Furies, ancient spirits of retribution, paused their shrieking and wept. Charon, the grumpy ferryman of the Styx, offered him a lift without the usual fare. Even Cerberus, a creature best known for gnawing on heroes, curled up, soothed into a brief slumber by Orpheus's song. And when he reached the royal court of Hades and Persephone, he sang not of conquest, not of bargains, but of sorrow, of love lost, of hearts broken. He didn't demand Eurydice's return, he asked, a man stripped bare of pride, offering only melody. Remarkably, the rulers of the dead were moved. Whether it was the music, the mournful eyes, or perhaps just a slow day in the underworld docket, they relented. Eurydice could return to life. But naturally, there was a catch. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow, silent and invisible. But he must not look back until both had reached the land of the living. It was, as the ancients loved to do, a test of trust, of restraint, of faith, a simple instruction, wrapped in impossibility. Orpheus accepted. They began the journey, step by slow step, through cavern and gloom, ascending a winding path that leads from death back to dawn. Behind him he heard nothing, not a whisper, not a sigh. Eurydice followed, but like a dream one tries to hold on to upon waking, she remained intangible. Doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? Was this some cruel joke by the gods? And then, just as daylight cracked across the threshold, just as the air lightened and life beckoned, he turned. A glance. Just one. And in that instant, Eurydice vanished. Her spirit, still within the bounds of death, was pulled back like smoke into shadow. Gone. There are few more gutting images in myth than Orpheus, reaching out into empty air, knowing he was the one who undid the miracle. Not the gods, not fate, but him. He tried to descend again, to plead once more. But the doors of Hades do not open twice for the same song. Even divine bureaucracy has its limits. And so he returned, alone. The lyre, once vibrant, grew quiet. He wandered the earth in silence, a man exiled not from a place, but from hope. Some say he swore off women entirely, revolted by the pain of love. Others claim he turned to the companionship of men, echoing the customs of Orphic cults and certain poetic communities of the time. There are even tales that he roamed the wild hills singing to the stars, waiting for death to catch up. Eventually it did. The agents of his end were Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and parties that never end well. Why they attacked him varies. Perhaps he rejected their god, or perhaps he simply refused to join their revels. Either way, they tore him limb from limb in a fit of divine-fueled ecstasy. Even in death, Orpheus had flair. His head still singing floated down the river Hebrus, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, where poets like Sappho would later redefine the lyric tradition. The gods, perhaps sheepish about the whole affair, placed his lyre among the stars as the constellation Lyra, so that his music might never be forgotten. Now let's take a moment to explore the deeper waters of this myth. Orpheus's tale is, in many ways, a parable of art's power and its limits. He could charm the very laws of nature, yet one human impulse, a glance, a moment of doubt, undid everything. It is a reminder that the most beautiful songs cannot always change the ending. It also offers insight into Greek views on mortality. The underworld in this myth is not a place of torture for the wicked, as later Christian ideas would propose, but a place of inertia, of loss. One does not burn in Hades. One simply ceases to grow. Orpheus defies this not with sword or spell, but with song. His journey reminds us that even in death's domain, beauty has power. Brief, fleeting, but undeniable. There's also a fair bit of philosophical heft here. The Orphic tradition, an actual religious movement in ancient Greece, believed in the soul's immortality, reincarnation, and the redemptive power of music and ritual. Orpheus, in this sense, becomes more than a tragic lover. He is a prophet, a bridge between life and death. And that glance? Oh, the infamous glance. Was it foolishness, impatience, or was it, perhaps, the final proof of his love? That he could not bear to wait another heartbeat without her presence confirmed? That as a musician, he had to see the beauty behind the song? One could say he failed, or one could say he proved what it meant to be human, flawed, yearning, and ultimately incapable of blind faith when the heart is involved. So now, as the lyre's echo fades and your breathing slows, let this tale settle gently upon your thoughts. Let Eurydice's footsteps echo just behind your dreams. Let Orpheus's song wind its way around your slumber. Because in the end, it is not the curse that defines the story, but the love that dared to defy it. And remember, dear listener, next time you're walking out of the underworld with your beloved behind you, don't look back, even if it's just to check whether they're rolling their eyes. Let us now delve into one of Greek mythology's most uncomfortable tales, a story so laden with awkwardness, repression, and tragedy that it might make a family reunion feel like a walk in Arcadia. This is the tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a cursed love story that manages to entangle gods, kings, and horses, and culminates in one of the most painful misunderstandings in all antiquity. Our story begins, as many do, with the house of Theseus, and I must warn you, this family makes Shakespeare's tragedies look like bedtime stories. Theseus, the famed king of Athens, was a hero of some repute, slayer of the Minotaur, frequent abductor of women, and possessor of a moral compass that spun rather freely. In his later years, Theseus married Phaedra, daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, the same woman who, through divine mischief and bovine seduction, gave birth to the Minotaur. Yes, that Minotaur. Suffice to say, Phaedra came from a complicated lineage. Now, Phaedra herself was not initially marked for tragedy. She was royal, refined, and according to ancient dramatists, possessed of considerable beauty. But as is often the case in Greek mythology, her downfall came courtesy of the gods, specifically Aphrodite, who was having a bit of a sulk. You see, the object of Aphrodite's ire was not Phaedra herself, but Hippolytus, Theseus' son by the Amazon queen Hippolyta, or sometimes Antiope, depending on which mythological gossip column you read. Hippolytus was young, noble, and exceedingly devoted to Artemis, goddess of chastity and the hunt, and that's where the trouble began. Hippolytus had taken a rather public stance against the delights of love. He disdained Aphrodite and her followers, spurning all romance and sexuality in favour of virtue, wilderness, and a good gallop through the woods. This, to Aphrodite, was not just offensive, it was heresy. One does not simply ignore the goddess of desire without consequences. So, as a punishment, most cruel and cunning, Aphrodite decided to strike him where it would hurt the most, through love. Not his love, of course. No, she would make Phaedra, his stepmother, fall madly, hopelessly in love with him. What followed was an agony of silence and longing. Phaedra, struck by this unnatural desire, tried everything to resist. She withdrew from court life, fasted and brooded, always a worrying sign in ancient drama. Her nurse, a character who surely deserves some kind of tragedy support award, eventually dragged the truth from her, and then, in what might be the least helpful act of confidanting in history, told Hippolytus. Now, one must feel at least a modicum of sympathy for the lad. He had done nothing to encourage this. In fact, when he learned of Phaedra's feelings, he reacted with horror, disgust, and, to be quite honest, a bit of self-righteous monologuing about how wicked women could be. He stormed off, leaving behind a nurse wringing her hands and a Phaedra drowning in shame. Seeing no escape from the ruin her desire had wrought, Phaedra wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. It was a lie born of despair, perhaps even a desperate attempt to preserve her honour in death. But the damage was done. Theseus returned, read the letter, and without so much as a trial or a cross-examination, invoked a curse upon his son. Not just any curse, mind you. He called upon his own father, Poseidon, to destroy Hippolytus. And Poseidon, never one to ignore a good curse request, obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the coast, Poseidon sent a monstrous bull from the sea. The horses panicked, the chariot shattered, and the young man was dragged to his death. Limbs shattered, body bloodied, virtue intact. It was only after his son lay dying that Theseus learned the truth. Artemis, in one of her rare public appearances, descended to reveal the full story. The boy had been innocent. The gods had played their cruel games. The father had believed a lie, and it was all too late. Theseus, for all his heroism, was left with the bitterest of punishments, surviving his mistake. Now then, let us pause for breath. That was rather a lot, wasn't it? Mythological context first. This tale was most famously immortalised in Euripides' tragedy Hippolytus, a masterpiece of psychological tension and emotional restraint. The play was performed in 428 BCE and won first prize at the Dionysia, a festival where, presumably, the audience wept into their amphorae of wine. In Euripides' version, the moral terrain is complex. Phaedra is not a villainess, but a tragic pawn crushed by the weight of divine manipulation. Hippolytus is not a flawless hero, but a young man rigid in his virtue, blind to compassion. And Theseus never really comes off well, does he? From a cultural standpoint, the play is soaked in Athenian anxiety about passion, honour, and the role of women. Phaedra is torn between her emotions and her reputation. She chooses death over disgrace, a stark reminder of how a woman's value in ancient Greece was often tied not to her character, but to her chastity. The play also explores a theme quite modern in its resonance, the dangers of absolutism. Hippolytus, in its absolute rejection of desire, becomes ironically vulnerable to its most destructive form. Phaedra, caught between passion and propriety, is crushed by the impossibility of reconciling the two. And Theseus, caught between love and law, chooses neither wisely. Let's turn now to Aphrodite, the divine catalyst of this mess. She opens the play with a speech declaring her intention to punish Hippolytus for failing to honour her. It is a striking and unnerving moment. Here, the goddess is not love incarnate, but desire weaponized. She doesn't seek romance or pleasure. She seeks submission. She is, quite literally, a force of nature that punishes those who try to live outside it. The Greeks understood that love could be a source of joy, but also madness, violence, and ruin. That duality is at the heart of this myth. To love too little is to offend the gods. To love too much is to destroy oneself. Phaedra's love, unchosen and unbearable, becomes a curse. Hippolytus's lack of love becomes a challenge to divine order. There is, as ever in these tales, no safe path. And what of Artemis, Hippolytus's patron? Her intervention at the end of the tale is poignant and chilling. She promises to avenge Hippolytus by killing one of Aphrodite's mortal favourites in turn. There's a sense that even the gods are trapped in an eternal cycle of retaliation, unable to protect those they favour. There is a version, softer and less devastating, found in Roman literature. Seneca, and later the French dramatist Racine, offer variations in which Hippolytus survives, carried off by Artemis to be healed and hidden. But the Greeks, ever the pessimists, preferred their endings sharp and tragic. And now, dear listener, as your head rests softly upon your pillow, and the night air carries the fading echoes of ancient grief, let us reflect once more. Phaedra and Hippolytus are not lovers, not in any conventional sense. They are strangers caught in the same terrible web. Their love story is not about love at all, but the distortion of it, the curse of desire without choice, the silence of truth unheard, the ruin that comes not from malice, but from fear. It's a tale that asks us to look closely, not just at actions, but at motives, to consider how easily misunderstanding can destroy. How often, in myth as in life, tragedy blooms not from hatred, but from miscommunication, pride, and the inability to pause and ask, what really happened here? So as you drift now into sleep, let this story settle quietly in your thoughts, not as a cautionary tale, but as a gentle reminder. Speak gently, doubt slowly. And whatever you do, never underestimate a horse, a letter, or a god with a bruised ego. Paris and Helen, a pairing so legendary, so famously infamous, that it has come to symbolize the very notion of doomed romance. You'll find them in poetry and opera, in oil paintings and war propaganda, in dusty textbooks and dodgy pub quizzes. And yet, for all the attention they have received, one thing is certain: this was never a love story, not truly. No, this was a cautionary tale masquerading as a romance, a myth soaked in beauty, blood, and a great deal of poor decision-making. Let us begin not with Helen, nor with Paris, but with a wedding. Specifically, the ill-fated nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. He a mortal king, she a sea nymph of the highest pedigree, with a temper that could sink a fleet. Their union, blessed and meddled with by gods alike, marked the beginning of what would soon unravel into the Trojan War. You see, as with many a Greek tale, it all began because someone wasn't invited. The goddess Eris, deity of discord, had not received an invitation to the festivities. and rather than sulk quietly in the shadows like a modern office colleague left off the group lunch email, Eris stormed the wedding and tossed a golden apple into the feast. Upon the apple was inscribed just 3 words: "To the fairest." Now, when 3 goddesses lay eyes on a golden apple and read the phrase, "To the fairest," one can assume a certain level of measured response. Not here. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed it. And so began one of the pettiest yet most consequential beauty contests in history. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince living rather peaceably on Mount Ida, having been exiled in infancy due to a prophecy foretelling he would one day bring ruin to Troy. Spoiler alert, the prophecy was quite accurate. The goddesses, unwilling to share a title or an apple, decided he would serve as the judge of their divine pageant. Each goddess, like a contestant on an especially high-stakes talent show, offered Paris a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena promised wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, the ultimate romantic, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and deeply committed to surface-level beauty, chose Aphrodite. In doing so, he not only secured a place in history, but signed a celestial permission slip for disaster. And who, you ask, was this promised paragon of beauty? Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, the latter famously seduced or assaulted, depending on one's translation, by Zeus in the form of a swan. Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled, so much so that Theseus, yes, our old friend from chapter 9, once kidnapped her in her youth. But at the time of our story, Helen was married to Menelaus, king of Sparta and brother to Agamemnon, the king of kings in Mycenaean Greece. Paris, now committed to his prize, travelled to Sparta, was welcomed as a guest, and promptly seduced or spirited away Helen. Some versions say she went willingly. Others say she was taken. Greek myth is, as ever, delightfully inconsistent. But one thing is certain. Paris left with Helen, and Menelaus was furious. Cue the most ambitious retrieval operation of the Bronze Age, the Trojan War. Now it's worth pausing here to reflect. This wasn't just a domestic dispute. This was an all-star ensemble cast of Greek mythology. Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Patroclus. A who's who of ancient heroism. And all supposedly rallied not merely to help Menelaus reclaim his wife, but to uphold a pact. When Helen was of marrying age, her suitors had all sworn to defend the chosen husband against anyone who tried to take her. You see, everyone expected trouble. Helen was, after all, the mythical equivalent of a diplomatic incident waiting to happen. But beyond the shimmering surface of abducted wife lies a tangle of deeper themes. Helen wasn't merely a prize passed between men. She became a symbol of male pride, national honour, divine interference, and the enduring fear of feminine allure. Her beauty was seen not just as a blessing, but as a destabilizing force, a thing too powerful to exist unguarded. And what of Paris? Was he a great lover? A romantic hero? Not exactly. In Homer's Iliad, he is portrayed as, well, a bit soft, more fond of lounging in his chambers with Helen than facing the Greek champions on the battlefield. His brother Hector, a genuine paragon of nobility, frequently rebukes him for his laziness and cowardice. Even Helen, in moments of weary honesty, mocks his martial inadequacy. Their relationship is complicated. In many retellings, Helen spends much of the war in Troy as a woman trapped by fate, by guilt, by circumstance. She is neither villain nor victim, but a blend of both. At times she regrets leaving Sparta. At others she blames the gods. Her ambiguity makes her one of the most psychologically rich characters in the mythological canon. Let us now turn to the war itself. 10 years of bloodshed, the death of heroes, the wrath of Achilles, the trickery of Odysseus, all to reclaim one woman, or more accurately, to restore male honour after it had been bruised. At least, that's what the song said. But beneath the surface, the Trojan War became a mythological crucible, a space where love, duty, revenge, and divine will collided. Helen's role after the war varies by source. In Homer, she is welcomed back by Menelaus. No trial, no execution, no banishment. It's as if the war never happened. The Trojans are dead, the city burned, but Helen returns to her palace and resumes her life. The ancient Greeks, it seems, had a rather flexible approach to reconciliation, provided you were beautiful enough. Later sources are less forgiving. Euripides, in his tragedy Helen, posits a version in which the real Helen was spirited away to Egypt by the gods, and a mere phantom, a cloud image, was taken to Troy in her place. This reinterpretation attempts to absolve Helen of blame entirely. A clever mythological loophole, one might say, though it does raise the question, why didn't the gods intervene earlier? The image of Helen as seductress, scapegoat, symbol, is perhaps the most potent in all classical mythology. She becomes a mirror for whatever society wishes to see. To some, she is the ultimate femme fatale. To others, a tragic pawn. Her story shifts with the teller, reflecting the anxieties of the age. And Paris? His end, unsurprisingly, is not heroic. He is mortally wounded by Philoctetes, wielding the very bow of Heracles. Paris seeks help from Oenone, his former lover, and a nymph who had the power to heal him. She refuses, still hurt by his betrayal. And so Paris dies. Later, filled with remorse, she throws herself onto his funeral pyre. A rather fiery footnote to an already charred love story. One might ask, did Helen and Paris ever really love each other? Or were they both caught in a storm of divine meddling, political ambition, and their own vanity? There's a line in Euripides' Trojan Women where Helen defends herself before Hecuba, queen of the fallen city. She says, "It was the gods, not I." And perhaps that's true. In Greek myth, mortals are so often vessels for divine caprice, and yet they suffer the consequences. The tale of Helen and Paris endures not because it is romantic, but because it is recognizably human. A tangle of desire, mistake, pride, and regret. A tale where no one is truly innocent and everyone pays the price. As you close your eyes tonight, consider this. The face that launched 1,000 ships also left 1,000 widows. The beauty that sparked a war ended in ruin, and the love that defied kings and gods alike ultimately led nowhere at all. Greek myths rarely offer happy endings, but they do offer truth, wrapped in grandeur, adorned with gods, and echoing with the weight of mortal folly. So, rest now, dear listener. Let Helen and Paris fade into the sea mist of memory, two shadows walking among the ruins of Troy. May your dreams be free of golden apples and vengeful goddesses. And if someone offers you a prize for being the fairest, politely decline. Or at the very least check for curses good night. Let us begin not with thunder or prophecy, but with a girl and her loom. She was called Arachne, a mortal with hands so deft they moved like wind through wool. Her tapestries shimmered with colour and precision, scenes so finely woven they seemed to breathe. People said she must have learned from Athena herself, which was the sort of praise one should never utter too loudly in ancient Greece. Arachne didn't deny it. In fact, she laughed. She said she was better. And that, you see, was a mistake. For the gods of Olympus were not distant, noble deities. They were near, always near. And they didn't particularly like being compared to mortals, let alone outdone by them. So Athena came down from the heavens, her pride pricked like a burr under the skin, and challenged the girl to a contest. 2 looms, 2 minds, one divine, one human. And Arachne's tapestry? It was exquisite, a panorama of the gods' misdeeds. Zeus seducing women in a dozen disguises, Poseidon ravishing Medusa in Athena's temple, Apollo chasing nymphs who wanted nothing to do with him. The thread glittered with uncomfortable truth. Athena's work, by contrast, was flawless and stern, a depiction of piety and punishment. But when she saw Arachne's piece, she flew into a rage, not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't. She tore it apart and struck the girl down. Then, in that strangely poetic cruelty the gods so loved, transformed her into a spider. And so Arachne still weaves, but without fingers, without pride, without a voice. A cautionary tale, and one that sets the tone. Because in Greek mythology, if a god notices you, it rarely ends well. The Olympians, you see, were not above meddling. They did not dwell on high with benevolent detachment. Number. They peered down, eyes sharp as hawks, looking for beauty, arrogance, wit, or defiance. Anything that might amuse or annoy them. Humans were their toys, their distractions, their cautionary examples. Take Semele, a mortal woman beloved of Zeus. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear and promised her anything she wished, and in a moment of fatal honesty she asked to see him as he truly was, in all his divine radiance. Zeus warned her. He begged her to reconsider, but an oath was an oath, and when he revealed his true form, the brightness alone consumed her, burned to ash. Their unborn child, Dionysus, was saved only because Zeus sewed him into his own thigh, like a strange botanical graft. He was born later, with a head full of vines and madness. Another mortal, Io, suffered a different fate. She caught Zeus's eye, an unfortunate habit of many young women in mythology. To conceal her from Hera, Zeus turned her into a cow. A lovely cow, to be fair, but still. Hera, never one to be fooled for long, demanded the cow as a gift, and assigned Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. And so Io wandered, watched always, pursued by a gadfly Hera sent to torment her. She crossed continents, became a legend. Eventually she was restored to human form, but not before learning that divine attention was a form of punishment in itself. Even mortals who never sought glory often found themselves dragged into the gods' schemes. Cassandra was one such soul. She was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo in exchange for her love. But when she changed her mind, as people do, Apollo did not take rejection well. He cursed her. She would still speak true prophecies, but no one would ever believe her. She saw the fall of Troy. She saw her own death. She saw fire and ruin, and no one listened, not once. The Greeks had a word for this kind of tragic arrogance, hubris. It wasn't just pride, it was overstepping. Crossing invisible lines drawn by gods who did not like their creations to become too clever, too bold, or too beautiful. Mortals who rose too high were always brought low. Not always with death, but sometimes with something worse. Take Niobe, Queen of Thebes. She had many children, 12 in some stories, 14 in others. and she made the mistake of bragging that she was more deserving of worship than Leto, who had only 2. Unfortunately for Niobe, Leto's 2 children were Artemis and Apollo. They descended like arrows from the sky. One by one, Niobe's children fell. She wept and screamed and begged. In the end, the gods turned her to stone, a weeping rock carved by grief. And somewhere in Anatolia, the stone still stands. Mortals could rarely win, and when they did, it often came with strings attached, like poor Phaethon, who demanded proof that the sun god Helios was his father. Helios, bound by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt, allowed him to drive the chariot of the sun for a day. A teenage boy, at the reins of a flaming, sky-burning, day-dragging chariot. It did not go well. He lost control. The sun veered too close to the earth. Fields scorched, rivers boiled, the world began to unravel. Zeus, ever the cosmic janitor, hurled a lightning bolt and ended it. Phaethon fell like a star and crashed into the river Eridanus. Mortals grieved, the gods moved on. Even the great wars of mortals were often started by divine pettiness. The Trojan War, for instance, did not begin with ships or sieges. It began with a golden apple. Eris, goddess of discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding. So she did what any resentful guest might. She tossed a golden apple into the feast, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all reached for it. They demanded a judge. And they found one in Paris, a Trojan prince tending sheep far from the noise of court. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera offered power. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. He chose beauty. He chose Aphrodite. And that woman, Helen, was already married to a Spartan king. When Paris took her to Troy, the world ignited. 1,000 ships launched. Heroes died, cities burned. All because of one mortal asked to judge a divine beauty pageant. It should be said, no good ever came of mortals trying to decide which god was better. The gods didn't want truth. They wanted flattery. But mortals could not avoid them. Not really. They prayed. They sacrificed. They lit fires and poured wine and whispered names before sleep. The temples were many, and the gods were everywhere, not always listening, but always present. And the relationship was not about love. It was about survival. To be immortal was to walk carefully, to give thanks quickly, to take no credit, even for your own genius, to hope, above all, to be overlooked. Because to be noticed by the gods was to become a story. And in Greek mythology, stories rarely ended well. The gods did not weep for mortals, they used them. Sometimes they gave gifts, yes. A golden touch here, a prophecy there. But the gifts often turned sour. Midas wished for everything he touched to turn to gold. And soon he could touch nothing. Not bread, not water, not his daughter. He begged for the gift to be taken back. It was. But not before he learned that divine generosity always has a price. Some mortals tried to outwit fate, but fate was older than the gods. The Moirai, the fates, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Even Zeus could not undo what they wove. Oedipus tried, told he would kill his father and marry his mother. He fled the home he knew. And in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. The very effort to escape his doom brought it into being. That was the cruel beauty of Greek myth. No one was above fate, not kings, not queens, not heroes, and certainly not mortals. So why, one might wonder, did people keep believing in these gods? Why pray to deities who punished more than protected, because the gods explained the world. The storms, the floods, the sudden illnesses, the way fortunes rose and fell, all of it could be seen in the stories. The gods gave shape to chaos. They made meaning from suffering. They were not just punishers. They were metaphors, archetypes, warnings in flesh. And for all their flaws, they were unforgettable. To be immortal in Greek mythology was to be temporary. A momentary flash of joy or error, a name in a line of verse, a thread in the great tapestry of fate. Sometimes brilliant, often blood-stained, always fragile. And somewhere above or beyond, the gods watched, amused, displeased, or merely curious. And you, little mortal, you simply did your best to survive the story. It's one thing to make a mistake and suffer for it, but imagine being doomed not because of what you did, but because of what your great-great-grandfather once said to a god, possibly while drunk, and possibly while losing at dice. In the world of Greek mythology, curses were not simply misfortunes. They were legacy items. Heirlooms passed down with the family name. You could inherit your father's nose, your mother's eyes, and a divine malediction that would ruin your entire bloodline for generations. It made for a dramatic family tree, heavy on nobility, light on happy endings. Consider, for example, the House of Atreus, a dynasty so steeped in doom that it makes the average soap opera look like a church picnic. The trouble began, as it so often does, with a quarrel between brothers. Atreus and Thyestes, sons of Pelops, squabbled over the Mycenaean throne. There was betrayal, adultery, and then, inevitably, cannibalism. Atreus, having discovered that his brother had an affair with his wife, decided the appropriate response was to serve him a feast of his own children, artfully roasted. Now, you might assume the gods would intervene here. Smite someone. Send a memo. But no. The gods simply nodded grimly and let the curse settle in like a stain. From that moment on, the family was doomed. Atreus' son Agamemnon went on to become the commander of the Greek forces in the Trojan War, a great honour. He also sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to get a favourable wind, spent 10 years at war, and was murdered in his bath upon returning home by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. His surviving children then had to decide whether avenging their father was more important than not murdering their mother. A difficult position, even by mythological standards. Orestes, the son, chose vengeance. He killed Clytemnestra, and was promptly hounded across the land by the Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, with snakes for hair and a passion for justice that did not forgive matricide. Only with divine intervention and a trial at the Areopagus in Athens was Orestes finally acquitted. But even then, the stain lingered. The House of Atreus was the cautionary tale of cautionary tales. A bloodline cursed with betrayal, madness, and murder. Not because each generation was evil, but because the weight of divine wrath could not be shaken off like old dust. And it wasn't just royal families who suffered this fate. Take Oedipus, poor, unfortunate Oedipus, born to Laius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes. Laius, like many mythical men, made a mistake. He abducted a young man, violating hospitality and sacred law. The gods frowned upon this, and a curse was laid. The prophecy came, their child would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, they did what any responsible parents might do. They tried to have the baby killed. But the servant they tasked with the job couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He left the child to die on a hillside instead. A shepherd found him. The boy was raised in Corinth, unaware of his origins. Years later, Oedipus, now a young man, heard a whisper of prophecy himself, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, trying to outrun destiny. But you can't outpace the fates. He met Laius on the road. There was an argument, as ancient fathers and sons are wont to have. A fight broke out. One man died. Later, Oedipus married Jocasta, queen of Thebes, and had children. The truth came slowly, horribly. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus blinded himself. And their children, Antigone and her siblings, would inherit not just a ruined throne, but a family history thick with sorrow. Greek tragedy, you see, doesn't bother with happy endings. It begins with the seed of ruin and watches it grow. This idea that a family line could be cursed wasn't just poetic fiction. The Greeks believed in something called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution. It could be inherited. You could be born unclean because of the sins of your ancestors. Blood cries out for more blood, and until the cycle is broken, through sacrifice, exile, or divine mercy, it continues. We might see it as metaphor today. Generational trauma, the sins of the father. But for the Greeks, it was very literal. A spiritual rot that clung to a name, not unlike mildew on stone. You could change your clothes, your city, even your gods, but the curse remained. And so we find mortals who live in fear, not of what they might do, but what they are, who they are. Perseus, hero and slayer of Medusa, was himself born of questionable circumstance. His mother, Danae, was locked in a bronze chamber by her father, who had heard a prophecy that her child would kill him. Zeus, never one to let bronze get in the way of romance, visited her in the form of golden rain, one of the stranger seduction tactics in myth. Danae conceived. Perseus was born. The king, aghast, did not kill the child, but set mother and son adrift at sea. They survived. Perseus thrived. Years later he returned and, entirely by accident, struck his grandfather dead with a discus at some friendly games. Fate fulfilled. Even when no one meant any harm, prophecy finds its loopholes. These stories reflect something deep in the Greek psyche. The idea that fate is not something you can bargain with. It is a web already woven, and every step you take simply tangles you further. Mortals tried to be clever. They tried to outthink destiny, but the gods always smiled quietly and let them try. Sometimes the curse was physical. The line of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, was riddled with misfortune. His descendants included Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother in a frenzy of Dionysian madness, and Actaeon, who accidentally saw Artemis bathing and was transformed into a stag, then hunted and killed by his own hounds. Cadmus himself, after a life of toil and tragedy, was turned into a serpent. His wife too. They slithered off into obscurity, perhaps the kindest ending in that entire family history. But not all cursed families were royal. Some were simply too beautiful for their own good. Take the tale of Phaedra, wife of Theseus. Her stepson, Hippolytus, was a devout follower of Artemis. So devout, in fact, that he shunned all love and scorned Aphrodite. And you can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite, goddess of love and vengeance, arranged for Phaedra to fall in love with him. It was unnatural, tragic. When he rejected her, she took her own life and left a note claiming he had attacked her. Theseus cursed his son, and Poseidon, never one to pass up a smiting, obliged. Hippolytus died, dashed against the rocks by his own chariot horses. You could die because your family was cursed, or because a god wanted revenge on someone you reminded them of, or simply because you existed in the orbit of doomed people. Misery was contagious. The Greeks didn't believe in fairness, not in the modern sense. They believed in Moira, one's share, one's portion of fate. Some were given great glory, others were given ruin, sometimes both. But what about redemption, you might ask? What about mortals who escaped the curse? They're rare, but not impossible. Orestes, hounded by the Furies, eventually received a trial in Athens. The jury was split, half for acquittal, half for condemnation. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, not in the name of justice but mercy. And in that moment, a new idea emerged, that law might one day replace vengeance, that perhaps a man need not be defined solely by his ancestors' crimes. It was a glimmer of hope, a small one. But there it was. In the meantime, the average mortal lived quietly, married carefully, prayed constantly, one eye on the gods, one foot in the dirt, hoping the sins of the father had not already taken root in the son. To be a mortal in Greek mythology was to live in a story that began long before you were born, and might not end until long after you were gone. Your life was a single verse in a tragic poem, shaped by bloodlines, curses, and the unpredictable whims of fate. You might rise, you might fall, but you would not escape the weight of your name. And if the gods whispered your family's name in Olympus, whether in praise or in jest, that was rarely a good sign. There are many lessons to learn from Greek mythology, but one stands above the rest, carved like a warning into the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Do not talk back to the gods. Don't question them. Don't correct them. Don't get clever, sarcastic, or poetic. Don't mutter under your breath. Don't sigh too loudly. And above all, do not, under any circumstances, try to win an argument. Because they will hear you. They always do. And while gods may be immortal, their egos are surprisingly brittle. Take the case of Pentheus, king of Thebes, young, proud, fond of order. He ruled with a sharp eye and a firm hand. And then Dionysus arrived. Now, Dionysus was not your typical Olympian. Born of a mortal mother, Semele, and carried in Zeus's thigh, he straddled the line between divine and human, wild and civilized, wine and wrath. His worship was strange, ecstatic, dancing in the woods, drinking, shouting, shedding inhibition like a snakeskin. Pentheus, unimpressed, declared it nonsense. He banned Dionysian rites, arrested the god in disguise, mocked his long hair, and in the sort of fatal decision only a tragic character could make, decided to spy on the Bacchic women in their revels, dressed as one of them. He crept into the forest in a flowing gown, perched in a tree for a better view, and there, in the moonlight, the women saw him. But they did not see a man. Dionysus clouded their minds. They saw a lion. They attacked. His own mother, Agave, was first to reach him. She tore him down. He died in pieces, smiling up at the stars. The gods are nothing if not theatrical. Pentheus's crime? He laughed. He doubted. He told the gods they were nonsense. And the gods, it turns out, have a very clear opinion on nonsense. Another fellow who learned this the hard way was Capaneus, a warrior in the myth of the Seven against Thebes. He scaled the city walls, bold as brass, and declared aloud, in the middle of battle, that not even Zeus could stop him. Zeus did stop him, with a lightning bolt, instant death, crisped mid-sentence. There's a curious silence that follows stories like these, a kind of collective holding of breath, because the moral is never subtle. Speak out of turn, and you will be turned to ash, or stone, or mist, or a cautionary statue in some temple courtyard. Even those who told the truth, not lies, but inconvenient truths, were punished. Cassandra, Princess of Troy, was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo. But when she rejected his advances, or rather accepted the gift and then rejected him, he cursed her. She would still see the future, yes. She would see it clearly, brilliantly, unbearably, but no one would ever believe her. She warned of the Trojan horse, of the sack of the city, of her own death, and every word fell like dust. Disbelieved, ignored, dismissed. The gods, you see, don't mind if you're right, as long as it's flattering. If it's not, well, you'll find yourself yelling into the void. And sometimes the punishment came not from the god directly, but through the very forces of fate itself. Take Arachne. You'll remember her from earlier, the weaver who dared claim she was better than Athena. The detail often overlooked in her story is this: she was right. Her tapestry was beautiful. It told the truth. It depicted the gods' crimes, their disguises, their seductions. And Athena, though furious, could not deny the skill, so she destroyed the work, and the girl. Because it is not enough to be right, you must also be reverent. And in ancient Greece, reverence did not mean quiet belief, it meant submission. It's easy to judge the gods as petty, and to be fair, they often were, but their responses reflect something deeper about the way the Greeks saw the world. The gods were not moral exemplars. They were not just or fair in the way we use those terms now. They were powerful, and that, in the ancient world, was the only justice that mattered. Power could not be questioned without consequence. The gods represented not ideals, but forces. The sea was Poseidon, stormy, unpredictable, capable of bounty or destruction. Wisdom was Athena, cold, strategic, sometimes cruel. Love was Aphrodite, capricious, overwhelming, delightfully irrational. To insult a god was to insult the very fabric of the world. To question Artemis was to court death in childbirth. To laugh at Demeter was to risk famine. And the gods did not need to punish you personally. Sometimes they let your own words do the damage. Consider Niobe again, the queen who bragged about her many children, mocking Leto for having only 2. It was not just pride, it was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When the last child died, Niobe fled to a mountain top and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain, always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behaviour. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods, they feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asebeia, impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for azebeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honour the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest. And yet, to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary. And you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honoured the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast. You did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you'd offended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment, not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues, no name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That, perhaps, is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky, they were memorable. To live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offence, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting most of all to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot, because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored. And mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm. All is ordinary. And then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also lairs. Caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters. Not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No, their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations, they just needed appetites. And unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats, the Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates, the hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a wineskin. And on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like hors d'oeuvres. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull. Raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union, imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute, to be released into the labyrinth. None returned. Until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers, they were reminders, symbols, warnings perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order. The Sphinx, perched outside Thebes, was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, travellers passed, tried, failed, died. Until Oedipus, clever, doomed Oedipus, came along and answered her question correctly. The Sphinx leapt from her perch and perished, which sounds like a victory, until you remember that this was only the beginning of Oedipus's troubles. Solving one monster's riddle only led him deeper into the riddle of his own blood. These creatures weren't all created equal either. Some were born of primordial forces, like Typhon, a storm demon so massive and terrible that the gods themselves fled Olympus when he rose. Others were spawned by Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who seemed to have a very productive relationship with Typhon, birthing Hydra, Cerberus, and a host of other delightful creatures best admired from a distance. Hydra, for instance, was a serpent with multiple heads. When you cut one off, 2 more grew in its place. A handy metaphor, really, for problems that get worse the more you meddle. Or, in the case of Heracles, just another day's work. Heracles, the closest thing Greek mythology has to a full-time monster exterminator, spent his life dealing with the gods' unfinished business. Giant boars, man-eating birds, hellhounds, all sent his way, usually as part of a labour assigned by a cowardly king or an angry god. One gets the sense that the Olympians didn't like clearing up their messes. They just created monsters, then waited for some sweaty mortal with a club to solve the problem. And when he did, they might grant him a wreath, or more likely, send him another one. Even beautiful creatures could be deadly. The sirens, for instance, sat on craggy rocks by the sea, singing songs so sweet that sailors forgot themselves. Forgot food, sleep, wives, children, everything. They steered toward the sound, dashed their ships on the rocks, and died smiling. Odysseus, clever man that he was, stuffed his crew's ears with wax and tied himself to the mast just to hear their song without being lured. A rare case of a man encountering a monster and surviving with his life and ego intact. More often, mortals stumbled upon danger with no warning. A flash of feathers, a shadow in the sky, a hiss from a cave. The ancient Greek countryside in myth was riddled with hazards, not just beasts, but divine punishments given form. And yet, despite all this, monsters were necessary. They gave heroes something to fight. They shaped stories into arcs, from fear to confrontation to sometimes triumph. But for the ordinary mortal, the non-hero, the farmer or fisher or child caught in the crossfire, they were simply a reminder that the world was not safe. Imagine living in a time when no explanation existed for earthquakes or droughts, where disease had no clear cause, where lightning struck without warning. The world must have seemed full of unseen forces. And so the Greeks filled that uncertainty with teeth and wings and claws. But monsters were not just symbols of nature. They were also warnings about behaviour. Take Medusa. She began, in some versions, as a beautiful maiden. But after Poseidon assaulted her in Athena's temple, the goddess punished her, not Poseidon, by turning her into a gorgon, snake hair, petrifying gaze, solitude eternal. What was she really? A monster? Or a woman transformed by divine wrath into something others should fear? Perhaps both. The Greeks understood that monsters were not just born, they were made. Often they were mortals first, changed by curses, by jealousy, by vengeance. The line between human and beast was always thin. Lycaon, for example, was a king who served Zeus human flesh disguised as hospitality. In return, he was turned into a wolf. An early werewolf tale, if you like, but also a message: offend the gods, and you might lose more than your manners. Even lovers of gods could become monsters. Take Lamia, once a queen of Libya, beloved by Zeus. Hera, naturally, took offence. As punishment, Lamia's children were slain. Grief drove her mad. Hera then added a cruel twist. Lamia was cursed never to sleep and to devour the children of others. She became a night-stalking demon, feared in lullabies. But beneath the horror was sorrow. Her monstrousness was not her fault. It was her sentence. In this way, monsters in Greek myth were often tragic. Not in a soft, modern sense, but in the hard, classical sense of the word. They suffered, they frightened, they died, but they were never senseless. They meant something. Even Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, had his purpose. He stood at the gates of the underworld, let souls in, did not let them out. A monster, yes, but also a guardian, a cosmic border collie of sorts. And so mortals lived with monsters not just in story, but in worldview. They were the teeth in the darkness, the consequences of divine will, or human folly, or simply the old world not yet tamed. No mortal could kill them all. No city could be safe forever. But they endured. They built temples to gods who might keep monsters away. They passed down tales, how to defeat them, how to avoid them, how to live with knowledge that they might always be nearby. For some, monsters were an invitation, a chance to rise, to become a hero, to carve their name in the annals of myth. For others, they were just bad luck, a wrong turn, a scream in the night. And for most, they were simply a reminder that the world was not made for their comfort. It was a place of beauty, yes, but also of wings in the sky, scales beneath the waves. eyes in the dark. And when the gods were bored, or careless, or cruel, they let the monsters roam free. There's a strange thing about Greek heroes. They shine like stars in poetry, cast in bronze, immortalized in epic. Their names echo through the centuries: Achilles, Heracles, Jason, Odysseus. But if you pause a moment and really look at their stories, not the glory, but the lives themselves, you might begin to wonder, was it worth it? Because to be a hero in Greek mythology was to be famous, yes, but also to be hunted, cursed, betrayed, punished, exiled, tormented by the gods, and, without fail, to die tragically. You were heroic, but you were disposable. Let's begin with the most obvious case, Achilles, the poster boy of Greek heroism. Stronger than all, faster than most, and blessed or cursed with a choice. Live a long, quiet life in obscurity, or die young and gain eternal glory. Naturally, he chose the latter. This is Greek myth after all. Longevity was never fashionable. So he sailed for Troy, fought for 10 long years, killed Hector, dragged his body around the city walls, and then one morning was struck down by a single arrow, guided by Apollo, fired by Paris, and aimed at the one soft place on his body, the heel. It's poetic, of course, but also rather deflating. All that strength, all that wrath. And in the end, one tiny vulnerability was enough. Because heroes were never allowed to simply age. They didn't retire. They didn't settle down and write memoirs. They didn't even get to enjoy their triumphs. They existed to die at the right moment, in the right way, for the right song to be sung. And the gods made sure of it. Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer the Latin form, is another fine example. A man so strong he held up the sky, cleaned the stables of Algaeus in a single afternoon, and strangled snakes in his cradle. But for all his power, he was never free. The 12 labours, those famous feats, were not optional. They were penance. You see, in a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. The punishment? Service. Labour. Tasks so monstrous they might as well have been death sentences. And even after completing them, he didn't get peace. His life ended in agony, poisoned by a tunic soaked in centaur blood, a gift from his second wife, who had been tricked into thinking it would ensure his fidelity. He died on a pyre, flames consuming the mortal half of him, the divine half ascending to Olympus. Yes, the gods welcomed him in the end, but only after they had burned him down to his bones. Then there's Jason. Handsome, charming, ambitious Jason. He assembled the finest team in mythology, the Argonauts, and sailed off to win the Golden Fleece. It was a dazzling journey. Monsters, clashing rocks, enchanted lands, and of course Medea, the brilliant, terrifying sorceress who helped him succeed, killed for him, betrayed her family for him. And what did he do when they returned? He married another woman, Medea responded, as Medea does, by murdering their children and leaving him broken and alone. Jason, once so glorious, died years later when a beam from his rotting ship fell and crushed him. A hero, forgotten, killed not by war or wrath, but by neglect and gravity. These men, lion-hearted, battle-scarred, were never truly safe. Not from monsters, nor from their friends, nor even from their own choices. Their greatness didn't protect them. In fact, it often attracted the worst. The gods were quick to take offence at mortals who gained too much glory. After all, divine attention was rarely a compliment. Ask Bellerophon. He was a proper hero. tamer of Pegasus, slayer of the Chimera, a man favoured by the gods. And then one day he decided to fly Pegasus up to Olympus, not to conquer, just to visit. It did not go well. Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Bellerophon fell. Survived, technically, but was crippled, blind, and lived out his days wandering alone, hated by gods and men alike. Because the one thing a mortal must never do is try to sit at the table of the divine. That's not to say heroism wasn't admired. The Greeks celebrated it in song and sculpture. But there was always a sense of danger about it. A sense that to rise too high was to invite the fall. And nowhere is that clearer than in the story of Ajax, a giant among men, a warrior of unmatched strength and courage. After Achilles' death, his armour was to be awarded to the next greatest Greek. Ajax expected it. Odysseus received it. Humiliated, maddened, Ajax plotted revenge. But Athena clouded his mind. He slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his comrades. When he came to his senses, grief-stricken and dishonoured, he fell on his own sword. No enemy defeated him. Only shame. It's important to understand how the Greeks viewed glory, kleos, as they called it. It was not just fame, it was the legacy of your deeds. What would be remembered after you were gone? What poets would sing? What statues would show? And because the afterlife was, frankly, rather dismal, grey fields, wandering shades, no wine to speak of, kleos was the only immortality that mattered. To be forgotten was worse than death. And so heroes chased danger, risked everything. They weren't reckless because they were foolish. They were desperate for meaning, for memory, for a life that would echo. And yet, there's a quiet sadness to it all. Odysseus, for instance, won the war at Troy through cunning. The Trojan horse was his idea. And after the war, he spent 10 years trying to get home, battling storms, monsters, temptations. All because he had once boasted that his triumphs were his own. And Poseidon took that very personally. Even when he reached Ithaca at last, his troubles weren't over. He had to slaughter a house full of suitors, rebuild trust with his wife, reassert his kingship. It was never over. Not really. Because in Greek myth, the hero never gets to rest. And when they do, it often means they're dead. Even the great Perseus, who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda, ends not in triumph, but in obscurity. His victories made him famous, yes, but he fades from the story, settles down, vanishes from the epic stage. Glory, it seems, has an expiration date. The women of mythology, too, had their share of heroic suffering. Though less often sung by bards, their stories are no less seared by pain. Atalanta, for example, swiftest of runners, deadliest of hunters. She swore never to marry unless beaten in a foot race. Many tried, all failed. Until one man, Hippomenes, used golden apples from Aphrodite to distract her. He won, they married, and then caught in a moment of passion, they made love in a sacred temple. The gods, of course, were not amused. They were turned into lions, forever circling, never resting. So many Greek heroes ended up transformed, not exalted but altered, humbled, made into animals or stars or flowers, their stories twisted by divine hands into reminders for the rest of us. Be brave, yes, but not too brave. Be famous, yes, but not too proud. Live brightly, but do not outshine the gods. Even those who served the gods directly could not count on safety. Asclepius, son of Apollo, became so skilled in healing that he learned to raise the dead. A noble calling, perhaps, but one that annoyed Hades Death was, after all, part of the cosmic order. So Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes who made the bolt. In turn, Zeus banished Apollo to serve as a mortal shepherd, a cascade of punishment. Even the divine could be demoted, the heroic undone. And yet, despite all this, the danger, the madness, the inevitable fall, mortals still aspired to be heroes. They volunteered for quests, they prayed for signs, they followed omens into forests full of fangs and fire, because obscurity was worse, cowardice unthinkable, a quiet life almost shameful. The Greeks didn't want safe stories. They wanted ones worth telling. And so, over and over, mortals gave themselves to the gods and the monsters and the wars and the wounds. Not for peace, but for song. The bards remembered them. We remember them. They were chewed up by myth, yes, but they were not forgotten. They were heroic, and they were disposable. But perhaps, just perhaps, they knew that going in. Love, they say, makes the world go round. But in Greek mythology, it more often sends it spinning wildly off course than straight into a ditch. Because in the world of gods and mortals, love wasn't the soft, rose-petalled notion we like to imagine today. It was far more treacherous, a force of nature, or worse, a divine weapon. It could bless, yes, but more often it ruined. And for mortals, falling in love, or worse, being loved by a god, was one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. Let's begin with a cautionary tale, one of the most beautiful, Pygmalion, a sculptor from Cyprus, gifted and solitary. He carved a statue of a woman, not just beautiful, but perfect. So perfect, in fact, that he fell in love with her, whispered to her, brought her gifts, dressed her in fine robes. A little odd, perhaps, but harmless enough. Then he went to the temple of Aphrodite and asked, gently, reverently, for a bride like the statue. The goddess, amused or perhaps flattered, answered. The statue came to life. A happy ending, one might think. But look closer. Pygmalion didn't fall in love with a woman. He created one. She had no past, no family, no memories. She existed only to please him. The Greeks didn't bother to give her a name until Roman poets did centuries later. Love, in this case, was not a relationship. It was possession, dressed in poetry. But far more often, love in myth wasn't about creation. It was about punishment. Take Narcissus. A young man so stunning that people fell in love with him on sight. But he showed no interest, no affection, no kindness. One rejected soul prayed to the gods for vengeance, and they delivered it. Narcissus came to a still pool, saw his own reflection, fell in love. Unable to touch the image, unable to look away, he withered, died, and where he fell a flower grew, delicate, pale, always bowing toward the water. The Greeks knew what we now call toxic self-regard, but they turned it into a myth, a warning, softly blooming by the riverbank. Then there's poor Echo, a nymph who talked too much. By some accounts, she used to distract Hera, while Zeus conducted his usual affairs. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat what others said. She met Narcissus, loved him, silently, helplessly, repeated his words back to him like a plea, and when he spurned her, she faded, only her voice remained. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle bond between equals. It was more often a trap. Consider Orpheus and Eurydice, a poet, a lyre player, a man whose music could charm birds from trees and tears from stone. When Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent on their wedding day, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared. He went to the underworld to fetch her back. He played, he pleaded, and for once the gods listened. They let her go, on one condition: he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. He agreed, walked ahead, listened to her footsteps behind, but doubt crept in. What if she wasn't there? What if they'd tricked him? He turned, and in that instant Eurydice was gone again, this time forever. He lived on, played on, until in one version he was torn apart by Maenads, wild women of Dionysus, because he would no longer love anyone but his lost bride. Even when the love was mutual, the story rarely ended well. Take Phaedra and Hippolytus. He was handsome, chaste, devoted to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and of purity. His stepmother, Phaedra, was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with him, an impossible, shameful desire. She fought it, hid it, but eventually confessed. And when he rejected her, she took her own life, leaving a note claiming he had assaulted her. Theseus, his father, cursed him. Poseidon sent a sea monster. Hippolytus died, dragged by his chariot horses along the rocks. Aphrodite and Artemis, the goddesses who stood behind the drama, ended the tale by mourning their respective champions. Love, once again, proved fatal. And of course, there's the story of Paris and Helen. He was a Trojan prince. She, the most beautiful woman in the world, and very much married. Paris awarded a golden apple to Aphrodite in a divine beauty contest, and she gave him Helen in return. It was not a gentle elopement. It was an abduction, or perhaps a seduction, depending on which version you read. But either way, it was enough to launch 1,000 ships. The Trojan War followed. 10 years of slaughter, cities burned, heroes died. All for one woman and one ill-advised divine bribe. To love in myth was to gamble. To be loved, even more so, especially if the lover was a god. Zeus, of course, was the most infamous. He appeared to mortals as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, an eagle, a cloud. Romantic, perhaps, if you ignore the implications. His lovers suffered. Semele was incinerated. Io was turned into a cow. Leda bore children who hatched from eggs. Europa was carried across the sea. Danae conceived Perseus in a locked chamber. And Callisto, after being seduced or assaulted, depending on the version, was turned into a bear. Her son nearly killed her. The gods finally placed them in the stars, Ursa Major and Minor. A consolation prize, if ever there was one. Aphrodite herself was no gentler. When she fell in love with the mortal Anchises, she warned him not to tell anyone. He did, bragged about it, and was struck by lightning, or made lame, or blinded. The myths vary, but the moral does not. Even being loved by a goddess could ruin you. There's a strange logic to all of this. Love, in the Greek imagination, wasn't controllable. It wasn't rational. It was divine madness. Eros. Not the soft affection of Odin romance, but a kind of possession. When you were in love, you were no longer yourself. And that, in a society that prized moderation, dignity, and restraint, was deeply unsettling. The god Eros, or Cupid, as the Romans later called him, was not a cherub. He was a force, a spark of chaos. To be struck by his arrows was to lose your will, your reason, your control. And mortals, bound as they were by duty and fate, could not afford to lose control. Even in history, this theme persisted. The Greeks saw love as something that could be both civilizing and destructive. Marriage was a social contract, important, yes, sacred even, but passion, eros, was something else. Dangerous, powerful, not to be trusted. In their dramas, love leads to downfall. In their temples, it's a force to be worshipped carefully. And in their myths, it is almost always tragic. Psyche, a mortal princess, was so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite. The goddess, furious, sent Eros to make her fall in love with a monster. But Eros fell in love with her himself. He visited her at night in darkness, never revealing his face. She was forbidden to look. Of course she did. He fled. She wandered the earth, performing impossible tasks to win him back. Eventually they were reunited. She was made immortal. One of the rare happy endings, but only after a great deal of divine humiliation, grief, and symbolic death. So why, one might ask, did the Greeks keep telling these stories? Because love, to them, was never safe, but it was always real. It was the crack in the armour, the madness in the king, the pull between mortal and divine. They feared it, revered it, wrapped it in myth so they might understand it, or at least contain it. And perhaps that's why love remains so compelling in their stories. Not because it leads to joy, but because it leads somewhere. Downward, inward, forward, into ruin, into glory, into madness. For the mortal caught in the grip of love, there was no map, no safe path. Only the hope that the gods would look away just this once. But they rarely did. Because for them, love was a tool, a game, and for mortals, it was a trap. You'd think, after everything, the curses, the monsters, the heartbreak, and the gods with personal vendettas, that mortals in Greek mythology might be rewarded with something a little gentler after death. A nice rest, a sun-dappled meadow, perhaps a reunion with loved ones and a bit of harp music in the background. But no, because in Greek mythology, death wasn't the end of suffering. It was the beginning of something far more bureaucratic. The afterlife was not heaven. It was not hell. It was mostly grey. And if you were a mortal, even a decent one, the best you could usually hope for after dying was to become a mildly confused shade, wandering aimlessly across a dull plain for eternity, without sunlight, identity, or purpose. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. This was the Greek default. Not a place of torture, not exactly, but neither was it comforting. It was bland, unchanging. A sort of cosmic waiting room, where the dead drifted about like leaves in a windless forest, remembering less and less as the centuries rolled by. You weren't punished, you simply were. And if that sounds bleak, well, it was. But let's back up a little. Let's talk logistics. When a person died, their soul, the psyche, separated from the body and made its way to the underworld, guided by Hermes, who handled, among other things, the delivery of souls. One imagines him like a sort of mythological courier, stylish and swift, if perhaps a bit impersonal. The soul would arrive at the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the grim-faced ferryman, awaited with his boat. Payment was expected, usually an obol, a coin placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. Those without proper burial, or without the coin, were doomed to wander the shore for 100 years, voiceless and unable to cross. A chilling thought, really. The journey to the afterlife could be delayed simply by a careless undertaker. Once ferried across the river, assuming everything went smoothly, the soul would enter the realm of Hades. Not the god himself, though he was there too, in a distant, shadowy palace, but the place, the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound who let you in, but most certainly not out. And here Your fate was decided. But not by gods, not usually. The Greek afterlife had a staff. 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Mortals once, but now the eternal arbiters of the dead. They examined your life, your deeds, your crimes, your sacrifices. And based on this celestial audit, you were sorted. If you were truly vile, a betrayer, a murderer, a blasphemer of extraordinary talent, you might be sent to Tartarus. Not just a deep pit, but the pit. A vast abyss of torment, located even below Hades itself. Here, the worst offenders endured punishments designed not just for pain, but for poetic symmetry. Tantalus, who murdered his own son and served him to the gods, was made to stand forever in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached for the fruit or bent to drink, they slipped just out of reach. He was forever hungry, forever thirsty, forever tantalized. Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, once by tricking Thanatos, the spirit of death, and once by convincing his wife not to bury him, was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for all eternity. Each time it neared the summit, it rolled back down. The punishment wasn't just hard labour, it was the futility of effort, the endless repetition of hope undone. Then there was Ixion. He tried to seduce Hera, not a wise move. Zeus bound him to a flaming wheel that spins without end, an eternal reminder that some mortal ambitions were simply not worth the risk. But here's the thing, these were rare fates. Tartarus was not overcrowded. Most souls were not evil enough for torment, nor good enough for reward. Which brings us back to the Asphodel Meadows, the realm of the ordinary dead, the decent, the forgettable, the ones who paid their taxes, said their prayers, and didn't cause too much trouble. They simply drifted. And as the centuries passed, they forgot who they were. Forgotten by the living, unremarkable among the dead, they faded. Not erased. The Greeks didn't believe in annihilation, but reduced, diminished, present, but without sharpness. It wasn't punishment. It was entropy. But not all souls ended there. A fortunate few, heroes, the exceptionally just, or those favoured by the gods, were granted entry into the Elysian fields. Now this, finally, was something approaching reward, a land of endless spring, gentle breezes, music, feasts, athletic contests, if you fancied a bit of running after death, the elite of the afterlife. Achilles was there, though, in Homer's telling, he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. When Odysseus visits the underworld and speaks to Achilles, the great warrior says he would rather be a living servant to a poor man than a king among the dead, which rather dampens the appeal. Still, the Elysian fields offered peace, if not pleasure. And if you lived particularly well, or were reincarnated and lived well again, you might be allowed to stay there forever. A sort of celestial retirement plan for the morally consistent. The Greeks did, in time, entertain the idea of reincarnation. Plato, ever the philosopher, wrote of souls being judged, then choosing their next life based on the lessons learned. A philosopher might become a king. A tyrant, perhaps, a dung beetle. Your fate, in this telling, was shaped by what you valued. Wisdom led to clarity. Vanity led to repetition. It was not universal belief, more a philosophical add-on, but it showed that even the Greeks longed for some sense of justice beyond the grave. Still, for most, the underworld remained what it always had been, a place of silence. There was no divine light, no reward for faith. The gods of Olympus lived forever, but mortals, even beloved mortals, sank into shadow. Even the heroes who visited the underworld, Odysseus, Aeneas, Orpheus, came away changed, haunted. It was not a place you left without consequence. And mortals who tried to cheat death, well, they rarely succeeded. Orpheus, as we've seen, looked back too soon. Persephone, stolen by Hades, ate 6 seeds of a pomegranate and was bound to return each year. Even Heracles, who went to fetch Cerberus as one of his labours, barely escaped unscathed. Death, in Greek thought, was not evil. It was inevitable, unavoidable. It did not judge or weep or rage. It simply came. Thanatos, the spirit of death, was not cruel. He was quiet, pale, winged. He did not chase, he arrived. And when he did, your story ended. Or rather, it continued. Just without plot. The funeral rituals reflected this view. The Greeks took burial seriously. It wasn't about grief alone. It was necessity. To be unburied was to be trapped, restless, cut off. Even enemies were sometimes buried by their foes, simply to ensure their souls wouldn't linger. And libations, offerings poured into the earth, were common. Wine, milk, honey, olive oil. Not because the dead could drink them, but because it kept the bond intact. The living honoured the dead, and in doing so reminded themselves that their own journey would someday lead below. So they prayed, sacrificed, built tombs, whispered names. Not out of fear precisely, but out of duty. Because the afterlife, though quiet, was not entirely empty. And memory in the Greek imagination was the only thing that could truly outlive death. If no one remembered you, you faded. If they did, if they told your stories, visited your grave, spoke your name, you lingered. Dimly, softly, but still. And so the greatest fear was not fire or punishment. It was being forgotten. That's why heroes chased glory. Why poets wrote epics. Why names were carved into stone. Because even if the gods ignored you, even if fate consumed you, perhaps someone somewhere would remember. And in that memory you would remain. Just a little longer. Imagine, if you will, living every moment of your life with the unsettling feeling that someone is watching you. Not just someone, dozens of someones. From the sky, the sea, the forest, the hearth, the sun, the shadows. Some are interested in your offerings. Some are interested in your mistakes. And all of them have opinions. That was the world of a mortal in ancient Greece. The gods weren't distant. They didn't reside in some heavenly realm beyond the clouds, emerging only for cosmic events. No, they were everywhere, in every flame, breeze, groan of timber, rustle of olive leaf. They were always watching. And more troubling still, they were judging. They noticed everything. What you offered. What you said. What you didn't say. Whether you were clean. Whether you were honest. Whether you looked the wrong direction during a festival, or sneezed at the wrong moment in a temple. They watched you because you mattered, and also because you didn't. The gods, after all, had a tendency to fixate on mortals the way children fixate on ants. Fascinated, occasionally kind, often cruel. Even if you weren't a hero or a villain, even if you were just a simple fisherman or potter or widow selling figs at the market, you still lived under their gaze. And that meant you were always one missed prayer away from misfortune. Take Actaeon, a perfectly decent young man, a hunter, a man fond of dogs and the quiet of the woods. One day, while wandering in the forest, he happened to stumble upon a glade. A soft breeze moved through the trees. Birds chirped, and there, bathing in a secluded pool, was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, and fiercely guarded chastity. He did not speak. He did not stare. He simply saw her. That was enough. She turned. Her eyes met his. And without a word, she transformed him into a stag. His own dogs, loyal, sharp-toothed, and now very confused, tore him to pieces. The message was clear. Innocence was not a defence. The gods were watching, and they did not take kindly to being seen. Then there's the story of Baucis and Philemon, a rare happy tale, but one with a sharp edge. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travellers, wandered from door to door in a village, seeking shelter. House after house turned them away. Some mocked them, some slammed the door. Only one cottage opened, a humble home shared by an elderly couple. They had little, but they gave freely: bread, olives, wine, and kindness. And so the gods, having revealed themselves, rewarded them. They turned the rude neighbours' homes to ash, flooded the village. Baucis and Philemon were spared. Their cottage transformed into a temple. They were made priests, and when they died, they became two trees, intertwined forever. It's a sweet story, but behind the blessing is a darker truth. The gods were testing you, secretly, constantly, and you never knew when. It might be a beggar at your table, a stranger at the crossroads, a coin dropped on the road. Pass the test, and you might be honoured. Fail, and you might be turned into a tree, or a statue, or dust. There was no formal notice, no warning sign, no heavenly voice saying, "This is a test." You simply had to assume that the gods were watching, and that they were not easily impressed. Hospitality, Xenia, as it was known, was sacred. To mistreat a guest was to insult Zeus himself, who was said to protect strangers and wanderers. But the same went for offerings, for sacrifices, for public festivals. Everything had to be done properly. The right words, the right steps, the right incense. And if it wasn't, well, perhaps the crops would fail. Perhaps your ship would sink. Perhaps your firstborn would cough once, then never again. There was no divine memo, no official notification that you'd offended a god. You had to piece it together. Was it Hera? Was it Apollo? Was it because you poured the wine with your left hand? There's a kind of divine paranoia embedded in ancient Greek life. Not neurotic fear, exactly, but a constant awareness that every action had meaning, and every oversight might carry consequences. And with so many gods, Olympians, Titans, river gods, tree spirits, household deities, nymphs of spring and stream, the chances of accidentally offending one were, frankly, rather high. Even saying a god's name in the wrong context could cause trouble. The poet Hesiod warned of speaking ill of the gods after dark. Night was sacred. Silence was better. Safer. And yet, silence too could be dangerous. Because what if the gods expected thanks? Or tribute? Or song? And so, mortals lived in a kind of delicate balancing act, speaking just enough, offering just enough, fearing just enough. Too much reverence, and you might seem insincere. Too little, and you'd seem ungrateful. It was a kind of cosmic etiquette. And the gods, like all finicky dinner guests, paid very close attention to manners. Then there were the temples. Grand, beautiful spaces of marble and gold and flickering flame. But also homes, the gods' homes. And like any guest, you had to behave. You had to wash, to dress properly, to bring gifts, and above all, to mean it. Because the gods weren't just watching your actions, they were watching your heart. Piety was not a checklist, it was a posture of being, and mortals were expected to hold that posture forever. Even the festivals, which could be joyful, were serious business. The Dionysia, for example, with its theatre and wine and revelry, wasn't just a party. It was a religious act. If you laughed too much at the wrong play, or didn't laugh at all, it could be seen as an insult. Your enjoyment, your laughter, your participation, all part of the offering. Even at weddings and funerals, the gods were present, watching, judging. Did the bride offer properly to Hera? Was Hermes honoured for guiding the dead? Were the laments sung loudly enough? Did the family remember to purify the house afterwards? Every detail mattered, because in Greek mythology, the gods did not need your affection, but they demanded your respect, and they were always ready to correct you. Sometimes the judgment came quietly. A sudden illness, a failed harvest, a fishless season. Other times it came dramatically. A storm at sea, a madness in the family, a voice in the night, and once in a while it came with lightning, because Zeus did love a good thunderbolt. Even historians of the time, like Herodotus, recorded events with divine judgment in mind. A king fell. Clearly he'd offended the gods. A city burned. Someone must have grown too proud. There was always a moral to the misfortune, always a finger pointing skyward. And so people told stories, remembered missteps, warned children, left small offerings on windowsills, whispered apologies to trees, sprinkled libations into the earth, just in case. Because when the gods were angry, they might destroy you. But when they were merely curious, that could be worse. Curiosity led to tests, to games, to strange dreams and stranger omens, to impossible choices with no right answer, and still mortals played along. They told their myths, built their temples, painted their pots with stories of judgment and justice and divine caprice, not because they loved their gods, but because they understood them. The gods were like storms, beautiful, unpredictable, necessary, and so long as you honoured them, or at least tried to, perhaps they'd pass over your house without striking. Perhaps, but there were no guarantees, because the gods were watching, and they were always judging. There is a unique kind of cruelty in knowing your fate, and being utterly powerless to change it. That, in essence, was the Greek prophecy. Not a warning to be avoided, not a guide to be followed, but a sentence spoken aloud. In mythology, prophecies weren't meant to help you. They were meant to trap you. They didn't just tell the future. They ensured it would happen. Even the act of trying to escape a prophecy was, more often than not, the very thing that fulfilled it. For mortals, this was particularly agonizing, because the gods might tell you what was coming, but they would never, under any circumstance, explain how to survive it. Take, for example, the most famous case of all, Oedipus, a prince born in Thebes. A child prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, understandably horrified, tried to kill him, a standard reaction in mythology. They pierced his ankles, tied him up, and left him on a mountain to die. But fate is rather good at navigating mountains. A shepherd found him, raised him far away in Corinth, unaware of his true origins. And one day, when Oedipus himself heard the prophecy, he did what seemed logical. He ran, fled Corinth, determined never to return, so he might avoid killing his father. On the road, he quarrelled with a stranger, the kind of heated, masculine misunderstanding one expects at a crossroads. He killed a man. Later he arrived in Thebes, saved the city from the Sphinx, married the queen, and slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. The man he'd killed, his real father, the queen, his mother, the prophecy had come true. Not because he ignored it, but because he tried to stop it. That, you see, is how Greek prophecy works. It does not lie, but it never helps. It tells you what, never how, and certainly never why. Even heroes were not exempt. Take Perseus. The prophecy said he would kill his grandfather, Acrisius. So Acrisius, naturally, locked his daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber to prevent her from ever having children. Zeus, always up for a challenge, entered the chamber anyway, as a shower of gold. Mythology is full of these sorts of unorthodox relationships. Perseus was born, sent away, grew up, became a hero. Years later, at some friendly games, he threw a discus. A stray wind, a bad bounce. The discus flew into the crowd and struck his grandfather dead. Prophecy fulfilled. No malice, no design. Just fate doing what fate does. Then there's Croesus, the famously wealthy king of Lydia. Before waging war against the Persians, he consulted the oracle at Delphi, as one did. The oracle told him, if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. Croesus, confident, charged into battle, and he lost. The empire that fell was his own. The message was accurate, just not in the way he'd hoped. The Greeks understood this paradox. They didn't see fate as a riddle to be solved, but as a thread to be followed, whether you liked it or not. The Moirai, the Fates, were three ancient goddesses who governed every mortal's life. Clotho spun the thread. Lachesis measured it. Atropos cut it. Even the gods respected them. Even Zeus. Because fate was older than Olympus, older than time. And the oracles, those haunted priestesses who spoke the will of Apollo, were not inventing their words, they were merely translating. The most famous oracle, of course, was the Pythia at Delphi. She sat on a tripod over a chasm in the temple floor, inhaling vapours, probably from naturally occurring gases, and spoke in riddles. Kings consulted her before wars, generals before campaigns, farmers before planting, and she would answer, but always vaguely. Always with just enough ambiguity to keep things interesting. Ask how long you'll live, and she might say, when the eagle leaves its nest, so too shall your flame go out. Ask if your son will return from battle, and she might reply, he will bring glory to your name, though not your house. Technically true, practically useless. It wasn't that the gods enjoyed confusing mortals. Well, actually, they did enjoy it a little. But prophecy for them was more like theatre. A carefully written script where mortals played their roles. And no one, not even the protagonist, could skip a line. This made life rather tense for those who were prophesied about. Take Paris of Troy. At his birth, a prophecy warned he would bring about the destruction of his city. So he was abandoned on a hillside, a recurring theme. But of course he survived, grew up, became handsome, charming, rather fond of judging divine beauty contests. One golden apple, one seduction of Helen, one 10-year war later, prophecy fulfilled. Troy burned, all because a baby was fated to cause ruin, and because mortals, in trying to prevent it, made it inevitable. It's tempting to think of prophecy as a trap, but the Greeks didn't quite see it that way. They saw it as Moira, your portion, your lot. Something not to be escaped, but to be understood. In fact, the truly tragic characters weren't the ones who tried to defy fate. They were the ones who never learned what it was. Take Agamemnon. He returned home from Troy, victorious, proud, utterly unaware that his wife Clytemnestra planned to murder him in his bath. There was no prophecy warning him. no divine whisper, just the slow march of consequences for a war he started, a daughter he sacrificed, a kingdom he neglected. In a way, the silence was worse than the omen. At least when the gods speak, you know what's coming. But prophecy wasn't just a tool of tragedy. Sometimes it was a mechanism for power. Kings claimed divine approval through oracles. Founders of colonies sought signs. Even Socrates, the philosopher, was famously told by the oracle at Delphi that no man was wiser than he. He spent the rest of his life trying to prove it wrong, and, in doing so, proved it right. That was the great irony of Greek prophecy. It revealed truth not by clarifying, but by challenging. You understood it only after it happened. Only after the bodies were counted. The temples burned, the throne vacant. Only then did someone somewhere say, "Ah, so that's what it meant." And so mortals learned to live with uncertainty. They consulted oracles, yes, but they also built contingency plans. They made sacrifices, read omens in bird flight, burned bones and studied the cracks. A priestess might interpret the bleating of a goat. A general might base a military decision on the way a chicken pecked at grain. If that sounds ridiculous, remember, they weren't looking for certainty. They were looking for alignment, a sense that their actions fit the will of fate. Because if the gods approved, or seemed to, perhaps things would go well. And if they didn't, at least the disaster would be dignified. Even mythology's cleverest mortals, Odysseus, for instance, never outwitted prophecy. They navigated it, delayed it, danced around its edges. But the thread was always waiting to be cut, and no one, not even the tricksters, escaped in the end. There is something terribly human in this. To long for knowledge, to receive it in part, and to realize that knowledge alone does not grant control. To know that the future is written, and still to hope that maybe, just maybe, it isn't written in ink. Some mortals went mad from prophecy. Cassandra, of course, saw everything, and could change nothing. Others, like Laius and Jocasta, acted decisively, boldly, and made things worse. And a few simply walked forward, like Achilles. He knew his fate, knew he would die young, knew his name would live on, while his life would be cut short. And he chose it. That's the strange mercy of prophecy. It tells you the end, but it never tells you what kind of person you'll be when you meet it. And so, in the space between the knowing and the arriving, mortals lived, loved, fought, failed, sang, died, and somewhere, far above or deep within, the gods watched and smiled. Because prophecy, after all, was not just a sentence. It was a story. And mortals, they played their parts beautifully. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you likely accepted a few basic truths. The gods were powerful. Fate was inevitable. Monsters existed. And somewhere, somehow, the end of the world was coming. Or at least, the end of your world. Because in Greek mythology, when things went wrong, truly wrong, it was never the gods who paid the price. It was the mortals. They suffered first, and they suffered most. You could be a farmer planting barley, or a sailor watching the coast fade, or a mother brushing olive oil onto her child's hair. And, without warning, the gods could decide that your city, your field, your life was finished. Not from malice necessarily. Sometimes from boredom. Sometimes as a warning to others. Sometimes as the side effect of a squabble between two immortals about who forgot the libation last festival. The reasons didn't matter much. The consequences always did. Let's begin then with the flood. Not Noah's, but Deucalion's, the Greek version. You see, once upon a time, humans had become, in Zeus's eyes, a bit unruly, loud, ungrateful. Too many festivals gone unobserved. Too many sacrifices skimped. The gods had given them fire, taught them farming, let them name the stars. And how did they repay it? By being irritating. So Zeus, rather characteristically, decided to wipe them out. He unleashed a great flood, a deluge that covered the earth. Temples sank, herds drowned, cities vanished beneath the waves. Only 2 mortals survived, Deucalion and his wife, Pyrrha. Not because they were particularly strong or cunning or rich, but because they were pious. Zeus gave them a warning. They built a chest, not a grand ship, just a watertight box. They floated as the world drowned, and when the waters receded, they stepped onto a barren, empty world, alone, alive, exhausted. To repopulate the earth, they were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them, a riddle naturally. They realized this meant the stones of Gaia, the earth. As they threw the stones, they transformed into people, the new human race, stone-born, hardy, no longer made of gold or silver or bronze, as earlier mythic races had been, but of rock, tough, durable, slightly miserable. The flood myth wasn't unique to Greece, but its moral was telling. When the world ends, the gods start over. But the mortals, they have to rebuild, from nothing, with no help. Then there's the tale of Pandora. Ah, Pandora, the first woman, crafted by Hephaestus, blessed by the gods with beauty, grace and curiosity, and gifted a jar, or, as it's more famously mistranslated, a box. She was told not to open it. Naturally she did, and from it poured every sorrow known to humankind. Disease, famine, war, grief, madness, aging. All the things the golden race had never known. Hope fluttered out last, whether as comfort or cruel joke depends on how you read it. But the point is clear. The gods gave mortals the tools of suffering, sometimes directly, sometimes wrapped in something lovely. Pandora wasn't evil. She wasn't even malicious. She was simply human, and the punishment, as always, fell on everyone else. Even Prometheus, who loved mortals and gave them fire, was punished, chained to a rock, liver devoured daily by an eagle. Not because he had destroyed anything, but because he had helped. Helping mortals, it seemed, was a serious offence, and yet mortals kept living, kept working, worshipping, hoping. Perhaps because hope had slipped out of the jar too. But the gods didn't need an apocalypse to end a world. Sometimes they simply turned away. Demeter, for instance. When her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth in mourning. Crops failed. Famine spread. The green world turned brown. Mortals starved, not because they sinned, but because a mother grieved. Eventually, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above, part below. And so came the seasons. Spring and summer, when the daughter returns. Autumn and winter, when she descends. It's a beautiful myth, but one built on the bones of the hungry. Even in their sadness, the gods had consequences. Then there were wars. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of men and swords. It was divine theatre. Aphrodite gave Helen to Paris. Hera and Athena, snubbed, supported the Greeks. Zeus watched, occasionally amused, occasionally bored, and as the gods chose sides, mortals died. Achilles, Hector, Patroclus, Ajax, thousands unnamed. A city fell. A king lost his homecoming. A queen plotted her revenge. And why? Because a mortal judged a divine beauty contest. One poor choice, one golden apple, one compliment tossed to the wrong immortal. And the world burned. The gods in their way were always reenacting creation and destruction. Every war was a mini-apocalypse. Every slight a chance to unravel everything. Mortals weren't consulted. They were simply caught in the blast radius. Even love could end the world. Ask Semele. She was a mortal woman, seduced by Zeus. Hera, jealous, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. He did. She was vaporized by divine radiance. Her unborn child, Dionysus, was saved, sewn into Zeus's thigh, because myths are rarely tidy. Semele's death wasn't malicious. It was technical. She wasn't built to see a god bear his power. Mortals never are. Then there's the madness. The gods could break a mortal mind as easily as snapping a reed. Take Heracles, the greatest hero, strongest of men. Driven mad by Hera, he slaughtered his wife and children. The world ended in that moment for him. And though he atoned, though he performed 12 impossible labours and was eventually made a god himself, the cost was unbearable. For the mortals in his story there was no redemption arc. Only blood. Only silence. The Greek worldview was not without hope, but it was shaped by resignation. Mortals lived in a world that was not built for them. They lived on borrowed land, under borrowed sky, at the mercy of beings who did not always know or care what their actions cost. And when the gods lost interest, well, then things got truly dangerous. A neglected ritual, a missed omen, a slighted shrine. Any of these could lead to plagues, storms, madness, crop failure. The gods didn't need to rage. They simply had to stop listening. The end of a mortal world wasn't a fiery conclusion. It was silence from Olympus. And still, they prayed. To Athena for wisdom, to Apollo for healing, to Artemis for safety in childbirth. They sang the hymns, burned the fat, poured the wine. Not because they were certain it would help, but because they feared what happened when no one did. Mortals learned to live with endings. Small ones, personal ones, city walls collapsing, loved ones turning to shadows, heroes vanishing into smoke. They accepted that time was not kind, that history was not fair, that the gods had other priorities. But they told their stories, preserved the myths, painted the jars, built the temples, because telling the story in the end was all the power they had, to name the suffering, to place it in context, to turn the chaos into something resembling sense. So when the world ended, as it often did, in pieces, at least it could be remembered, sung, shared. Even the end, the Greeks knew, could be made beautiful, if only in hindsight. And that, perhaps, was the only comfort a mortal could rely on. The gods would do what they pleased. But the mortals? They would make meaning of it. They would gather the ashes and write it down.